Yo, brother, it's time for us to start talking the real, man. We've been sugarcoating too much. We've got to start calling everything out for what it is. Start talking the real. Yes, you're going to have people turn their backs, but it's time for us to keep it real. Just keep talking that real, bro. Do what you do. I know what you do, so keep doing that. Talk the real. Talk the things, them.
The GP will see you now.
Look, I don't wanna cause no problems. I just wanna live my life, but I keep on hearing about nonsense. Me and my dons ain't mobsters, but you know when you see imposters. We know how to read them faces, same way you know how to read them comments. If you wanna talk, let's talk, but around here, make sure you walk and your talk is constant. Hey, I seen it all before I heard chat that they all adore. 1 week looking like they all aboard. Next day, they don't even walk the walk. I've been here since a bust down aqua, cutting through after, all black master. Now I'm too grown for acting gaffer, trying to pay off my madre's gaff cuz. Took the wife and there's a rotty that speak. Add the spice to calamari, that's me. My advice off the audit I seen. Christ alone, he don't promise you. Don't say that. You know that man don't pay that. Trying to stunt in your rentals. I too wanna cry, get a Maybach. I don't wanna cause no problems. I just wanna live my life, but I keep on hearing about nonsense. Me and my dons ain't mobsters, but you know when you see imposters. We know how to read them faces, same way you know how to read them comments. If you wanna talk, let's talk, but around here, make sure you walk and your talk is constant. What nonsense? I don't wanna hear about guns, I know you ain't here like the post was sponsored. You ain't never been down junction, you ain't never hid no truncheons, you ain't never hid no blocks in your mouth rub, you ain't never peeled no onions. You don't really look so G to me. Fly wife out for the scenery, go Blue Jays for the eatery. Then I come back where I need to be. A black man who ain't move so easily. One grievance is the money or God that you're preaching. You ain't talking that poor Lord Cephas. You don't know peace if you don't know Jesus. I live in a place where we all got mashes, no permit, and we all could back it. Even a hermit under his jacket, still that peace couldn't conjure a challenge. No, my man looking like a savage soul. Still we don't know what he has to know. Ain't we men to be saving souls? Not them houses and faking loans. Go tell mum that I'm writing again. I don't wanna hear you were right in the end. Wrote this here for my guys in the ends. Those still stuck in that social housing know that they won't stifle the pen. You ain't gotta fall for them imposters, then nonsense will come to an end. I don't wanna cause no problems. I just wanna live my life, but I keep on hearing about nonsense. Me and my dons ain't mobsters, but you know when you see imposters. We know how to read them faces, same way you know how to read them comments. If you wanna talk, let's talk, but around here, make sure you walk and your talk is constant.
Hey guys, just give me a few more seconds. I'm just trying to sort a few things out, but I'll be with you any moment.
It's time for us to start talking the real, man. We've been sugarcoating too much. We've got to start calling everything out for what it is. Start talking the real. Yes, you're going to have people turn their backs, but it's time for us to keep it real. Just keep talking that real, bro. Do what you do. I know what you do, so keep doing that. Talk the real. Talk the things, them.
The GP will see you now.
Look, I don't wanna cause no problems. I just wanna live my life, but I keep on hearing about nonsense. Me and my dons ain't mobsters, but you know when you see imposters. We know how to read them faces, same way you know how to read them comments. If you wanna talk, let's talk, but around here, make sure you walk and your talk is constant. Hey, I seen it all before I heard chat that they all adore. 1 week looking like they all aboard. Next day, they don't even walk the walk. I've been here since a bust down aqua, cutting through after, all black master. Now I'm too grown for acting gaffer, trying to pay off my madre's gaff cuz. Took the wife and there's a rotty that speak. Add the spice to calamari, that's me. My advice off the audit I seen. Christ alone, he don't promise you. Don't say that. You know that man don't pay that. Trying to stunt in your rentals. I too wanna cry, get a Maybach. I don't wanna cause no problems. I just wanna live my life, but I keep on hearing about nonsense. Me and my dons ain't mobsters, but you know when you see imposters. We know how to read them faces, same way you know how to read them comments. If you wanna talk, let's talk, but around here, make sure you walk and your talk is constant. What nonsense? I don't wanna hear about guns, I know you ain't here like the post was sponsored. You ain't never been down junction, you ain't never hid no truncheons, you ain't never hid no blocks in your mouth rub, you ain't never peeled no onions. You don't really look so G to me. Fly wife out for the scenery, go Blue Jays for the eatery. Then I come back where I need to be. A black man who ain't move so easily. One grievance is the money or God that you're preaching. You ain't talking that poor Lord Cephas. You don't know peace if you don't know Jesus. I live in a place where we all got mashes, no permit, and we all could back it. Even a hermit under his jacket, still that peace couldn't conjure a challenge. No, my man looking like a savage soul. Still we don't know what he has to know. Ain't we men to be saving souls? Not them houses and faking loans. Go tell mum that I'm writing again. I don't wanna hear you were writing the end. Wrote this here for my guys in the ends. Those still stuck in that social housing know that they won't stifle the pen. You ain't gotta fall for them imposters, then nonsense will come to an end. I don't wanna cause no problems. I just wanna live my life, but I keep on hearing about nonsense. Me and my dons ain't mobsters, but you know when you see imposters. We know how to read them faces, same way you know how to read them comments. If you wanna talk, let's talk, but around here, make sure you walk and your talk is constant.
Hello, hello, hello. I hope you guys are doing well today. Oh my goodness, I am in such a good mood. You have no idea. Something amazing has happened. I can't share it with you just now, but trust me when I tell you, this is just like a moment. And we are living, we are gagging, we are feeling so good. So let's get straight into today's drama, straight after today's intro.
Yo, this is about to really hurt some people's feelings, so if you a little sensitive, you might as well turn this joint off right now, okay?
Bitch! I almost forgot to unmute myself. Bitch, hold on, my wig is all the way back. Let's bring her forward. Hello. There you go. Hello, guys. How are you all doing? I hope you guys are having a good day today. Today's stream is going to be a lot more chill than my regular streams. I'm just trying to take a different approach to streaming because I get so anxious before I stream on YouTube in comparison to how I feel when I'm streaming on Twitch. And I feel like it's because I'm chill, I'm in the vibe with Twitch, so I'm trying to be more chill and in the vibe with you guys. So today I thought that what we would do is just go through the whole Willy Mac situation to do with Pastel Belle. If you guys have not been following this situation on social media, honestly, it is so interesting to me. Now, just to give you guys like a brief rundown of what's happened thus far before we get into all of the situation, I'll introduce the characters and I'll talk about them briefly, so let's get into it. So, first things first, we have Willy Mac. Now, if you don't know who Willy Mac is, he is a content creator here on the platform. He has a channel called The Willy Mac Show. He does commentary and all of that good stuff. And more recently, he's kind of been on a one-man, like triad, if you will, or triad. Is it a triad or a triad? Who knows? Like one-man mission, essentially, to like abolish all T channels. He hates T channels. He thinks that all T channels are terrible and that nobody does any research and that we should all be damned to hell. I like him as an individual, like person to person. He's the kind of person that I genuinely would vibe with. I know. I like one of the commentary bros, okay? Kill me. Sue me. I like this one, okay? I like this one a little bit. Anyway, he seems like a really cool dude, but he's been kind of making videos on a bunch of different commentators. His most important commentators at this moment in time that he seems to primarily focus on is Angelica Oles, as well as Pastel Belle, as well as Repzilla. He seems to really dislike the three of those people for some reason. And honestly, now that he's been kind of giving his thoughts and opinions on why he dislikes these commentators, I honestly think he has a couple of valid points. And I feel like if points were made, we have to, at least over here on my side of the community, I feel like we have to acknowledge when points are being made. The second person it is that I want to talk about over here today is Pastel Belle. Now, Pastel Belle has recently changed her name to Belle Aubrey, but I am going to be referring to her as Pastel Belle throughout this video because that's how I know her. Now, Pastel Belle is a commentator who's been making commentary videos for quite some time on YouTube, and primarily a lot of people seem to know Pastel Belle mainly for her Eugenia Cooney content. She makes a lot of videos in regards to Eugenia Cooney, and a lot of people have had positive and negative things to say. At one point in time, the entire community was on Pastel Belle's side. However, recently, and especially since Willy Mac's video has come out, all of a sudden it seems as if the community is no longer on Pastel Belle's side. So I was just kind of like, okay, this is a change. This is a change that I didn't expect, but an interesting change nonetheless. Now, if you guys have been on my Twitch channel, you guys will know that we have been speaking about this whole situation in depth. So for a lot of people, this will kind of feel like rehashing the same shit that we did on Twitch. However, I've not spoken about it on my main platform, and this story is continuing to develop. So let's get into it. Okay, so Willy Mac has made a video the other day pertaining to Pastel Belle. It's called T Channels Won't Stop Deplatforming Eugenia Cooney, T Channel Audit. So this is his audit of the T Channels. Like I said, he's on like this one-man mission to make sure that we eradicate the cancer of YouTube that is the T Channels and the T community. Now, I watched this video on Twitch, so I'm not going to watch the video in its entirety again, but a lot of his focus seems to primarily be on Pastel Belle as well as Repzilla, and basically saying that these people have completely unfounded claims against Eugenia Cooney being a pro-Anna content creator. Now, Eugenia Cooney we all know who she is. I don't think we need to really go into who Eugenia Cooney is. But Eugenia Cooney has kind of been in this situation where we now know they have openly spoken about and discussed the fact that they are dealing with trigger warning, anorexia nervosa. So because of that, can I just say this is like a massive trigger warning before we even delve into all of this? We are going to be talking about eating disorders, not just eating disorders pertaining to anorexia nervosa, but all ends of the spectrum. Just so all of you guys are aware, moderators who are in the chat today, if we can constantly be putting out these trigger warnings, just so that people who are coming into the chat don't like get instantaneously triggered and we haven't forewarned them as much as we can. That would be really helpful to me moderators this evening. Okay, so he made a video in relation to all of the T channels who have been speaking about Eugenia Cooney. He feels as if Eugenia Cooney has been kind of unfairly judged by the T community, and a lot of the T community are calling for the deplatformation of Eugenia Cooney simply for existing. So I think what we'll do is we'll go to where he talks about the players of the T community. So let's get into it.
The people you should be mad at are the T channels that have taken these narratives and run with them to the absolute extreme. Because much like the beef between Jesse Smiles and Gabby Hanna, the T channels would only listen to one side. Everything Jacqueline says is 100% true, and everything Eugenia says is 100% false. Let's spin the wheel and see which T-tard is going to be up first. It's Pastel Belle.
Okay, just from the jump, I disavow that word. I'm not a big fan of it. I understand the joke. I understand all of that. There's a lot of people who call us stuff on the internet. The tea stains is one that I've heard a lot. People call us tea stains, like, you know, cum stains or whatever. Like, I'm down for that kind of stuff. But the T word doesn't feel great. I don't think it was giving what you expected it to give. That's just person to person. Me to Willy Mac right now, it's not giving what you thought it was supposed to give. It just feels icky to me. And I don't feel like it's ever really going to be taken seriously or respected in any other way other than in a negative connotation. And I feel like, yeah, it's just kind of really, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that word. Okay, so I'm just going to disavow that from the jump.
Pastel Belle is someone who will make a video giving advice to Eugenia Cooney about her eating disorder.
She needs to be working on it. She needs to be working on improving.
Then at the same time say she's not an expert in EDs.
I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm an expert or I know Eugenia, because I don't.
While also discrediting a licensed therapist whose patients have anorexia.
And don't let the Katy Morton Eugenia Cooney collab videos lull you into thinking that she's okay. Any truly concerned therapist would have done their best to get her off of social media and into emergency therapy as quickly as possible.
She wants the sensation.
Okay, so now I will say from the jump, one of the things it is that I noticed about his video is that he made reference to Katy Morton. Now, a lot of people have a lot of issues with Katy Morton. They feel like she is a negative person here on the platform. Me personally, I'm not a big fan of Katy Morton. I'm just going to be perfectly honest with you. And the reason I'm not a fan of Katy Morton is purely for the fact that I watched literally in live living color, right? I watched as she and Shane Dawson tried to paint the narrative that somebody was a sociopath, or in her words, could be a sociopath, without having a one-on-one consultation with the person or evaluating and assessing them under those parameters. That to me speaks that you're not a very good therapist, you're not a very good person. It seems to me that Katy Morton values money over our actual clients. That's why I don't respect her. But I feel like because a lot of people have lost a lot of respect for Katy Morton, this section where he speaks about Katy Morton, and granted it was only a small part of the tiny video, allows the other side, the T community, the T words as he calls us, to literally hold on to that one piece of information there and say, you don't know about this girl, you don't know about Katy Morton, and you're using them and citing them as a point of reference, when this person, now if you don't know or aren't familiar with the situation with Eugenia Cooney and her 3 friends who tried to 5150 her, you will know that Katy Morton was actually the person who reached out to Jacqueline Glenn, Jacqueline Glenn reached out to, who basically told her that the only option in these kind of situations is to 5150 somebody. But in tandem, when she sat down with Eugenia Cooney and was in Eugenia Cooney's face, she said that a 5150 is not necessarily always the best option. So then a part of me is just like, why did you suggest something that you were aware could be possibly be traumatic or significantly bad for an individual, if you didn't, it didn't make any fucking sense why she decided to do that. But when you're in the person's face, then all of a sudden switching and say, yeah, it may not be the best thing. When you're 5150'd, you go into a group full of other people. And it's the same over here. We call it being sectioned here in the UK. In the UK, if you are sectioned, what can happen is, whilst you're being sectioned and all of that stuff, you're sectioned alongside people who may be a harm to themselves and others. People with eating disorders tend to only be a harm to themselves. You may be around people with psychological issues, schizophrenia, things like that. And basically, you're all together until your 72 hours are up. You're all together. So it might be a traumatic space to put somebody in, as if they're like, somebody with severe mental health issues. Do you get what I mean? Which is a way that they don't necessarily want to view themselves, because they don't see themselves having a mental health issue. They just see themselves as, being, underweight or thin or whatever. And it could be quite a traumatic experience and counterproductive. She speaks about that in detail whilst in Eugenia Cooney's face, but when posed with the question of what it is that Jacqueline Glenn could do, like, hey, you're a YouTube therapist, like, can you tell me what we can do to help my friend? All of a sudden she's like, the best option is to remove her from her home, her place of residence, because you can't 5150 somebody from their home and then have her 5150'd. That's the only way that you can forcibly get that to happen. So they lulled her by saying that she was going to an escape room with them. She went along to go to the escape room with her friends and ended up being 5150'd. I can 100% understand where, from her perspective, where she would feel like, oh, holy crap, this is like my friends have, double crossed me. Do you get what I mean? So I understand where she may have been coming from, but I just feel like Katy Morton as a point of reference wasn't a very good point of reference. Hold on, I just got a message. No, okay, so my husband just sent me a message saying somebody saying it wasn't Katy who was asking to 5150 her. No, it was Katy Morton who advised Jacqueline Glenn that she could 5150 her. Jacqueline Glenn even posted the conversation to her Twitter. I don't have the receipts on hand at the moment, but to her Twitter, basically saying that Katy Morton was the one who told her about the 5150. She had no knowledge of what a 5150 was before Katy Morton has discussed it with her, and she showed the entire conversation of what had been happening. So I just wanted to put that out there because I think it may have come across wrong what I was saying, but what I was saying is that she advised Jacqueline Glenn. Not that Katy Morton had done it, but that she advised Jacqueline Glenn that a 5150 may have been the best option. Petty Page, I just sent you Jacqueline Glenn's screenshots from Katy that Dolly's talking about, the Twitter DM from Flay. Let's have a quick look. Hold up. Let's bring this page up. Let's have a look on Twitter. I don't have my Twitter open, bear with. Twitter DM, here we go. Hold up. Here we go. Okay, I'll close that. So this is the screenshot. Thanks, guys, for helping me out with this stream. I really appreciate it. That's so nice of you. Okay, so let's bring up the next screen. Bear with me. Okay, so this is what Jacqueline Glenn posted, and this was on January 7th, 2020. It says, hey, at Katy Morton, I just saw your video with Eugenia because she did a video with Eugenia Cooney. Thanks again for walking me through what to do step by step. Without you, I wouldn't have even known what a 5150 was. Thanks for empathizing with me on the phone about how it's so hard to lose a friend, but still the right thing to do. And here is the conversation between Jacqueline Glenn and her. Katy Morton said to her, hi, Jacqueline, thanks for reaching out. I'm happy to hop on a call tomorrow if that works for you. Unfortunately, I can't make anyone get help. But if she does have a therapist or a doctor, they can 5150 her. Happy to talk about it with you. I'm so sorry that this is happening. I know it's really hard to watch and not do anything. What time is best for you? Best, Katy. Then the next one says, it says, hi, Jacqueline, thanks for the update. I agree. The best next move is just to get her out of the house with you so that you can call the PET team and/or get her to see a doctor. Whatever she will be open to. I wish it was easy. It's just really hard when we aren't her parents and she is not a child. Ugh. I hope she responds soon. Let me know if I can help in any way. So as you can tell by the messages that were sent, at least from what we can see from Katy Morton directly, Katy Morton was the one who advised Jacqueline that the best options may have been these kind of things. So for her to turn around in a video and sit with Eugenia Cooney and suddenly be like, well, that's really interesting that you said that, because sometimes it's not the best option and blah, blah, blah. It's like, but you sat there and advised somebody else that was an option for them. Maybe you should have sat down and advised that wasn't the best option for them. Maybe she did via the phone call. I can't even speak for that. But what I'm saying is, for me, from an outsider's perspective looking in, it looks to me like Katy Morton just doesn't have the best of intentions. That's just my thoughts. Jessica Pizzle says, I don't know if Katy advised Jacqueline as much as said this is the only thing you can do, which is really all you can do if you want to force somebody to get help. There are various different things that people are saying that Jacqueline Glenn and her friends could have done, because as far as Eugenia Cooney was concerned, and this is what Eugenia Cooney has echoed on their social media, is essentially that she wasn't aware that her friends had an issue with her weight loss and the things it was that she was going through until that day. So she was unaware. So there could have been other options, I believe, that could have been given to her prior to that moment. Like, maybe talk to your friend. That would have been a good first option. Like, hey, babe, I really care about you, but I'm also absolutely terrified that if I talk about this with you, I might lose you as a friend. And I love you and I support you and I care about you so much, but I don't want to lose you as a friend. So I do want to talk about this because I'm concerned and I really do give a fuck about you. Here's what I'm concerned about. That would have been a lovely conversation to have before, lulling your friend into a full sense of security and then 5150 in them. I can't say whether that's a conversation that Jacqueline Glenn has had with Eugenia Cooney or if that's happened prior to that moment. But all I'm thinking to myself is, it just, from an outsider's perspective looking in, does look like a little bit backhanded, because it's very much like, well, what about if she did this? Or what about if she did that? We can't really speak about the outside parameters. I can only go off the information it is that I see on the internet. And from what I can see, Katy Morton seems to be saying, on one hand, this is the option, and on the other hand, this may not be the best option. Jessica Pizzle says, I say that because she said whatever Eugenia is comfortable with. Let's have a look. Whatever she will be open to. I suppose that that discussion wouldn't necessarily happen until it's in the moment, though. You know what I mean? Because if you called the pet team and all that kind of stuff, like, that's a decision she's going to have to make on the spot. You know what I mean? Queen Kimberly said, I'm so glad I've finally been able to catch her live. Love you. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the family. Okay. So speaking about family, we do have a join membership subscription over here. And I'm going to add a second there's like 5 reasons why you should join. Like, you get, you know, access to new videos, updates, all that kind of stuff before everybody else. But also, as part of the 1-tier membership system it is that I have in place at the moment, what I'm going to start doing is re-uploading my Twitch live streams to members only, so that members only will always have access to my Twitch live streams. Because whilst you may become a VIP member of my Twitch by being subscribed and being a member over here, I also want to give you guys the option that if you aren't available for a Twitch stream, you can always watch it on members only. So that is something that I will be updating starting next week. Starting next week, we will be having our Twitch streams re-uploaded members only on this side on YouTube. So that is another reason why you should come and join the petty party over here. Come and join. We're lots of fun. We have fun over here. Okay, so let's go back to the video.
This girl's disease without taking accountability for anything she says. It gets so ridiculous, so mean-spirited, she ends up doing exactly what she says is wrong in her very first video. Like how...
The link for the membership. Queen Kimberly, there is no link. Literally, you can press the join button just below my video. See my face down here, right down in my crotch? That's the join button. If you press the join button, you can come and be a part of the family. Oh, yeah. What the hell's wrong with me? I've had like 1.5 glasses of vodka. It's not even that deep.
Hello, Leash or Angelica Oles. Her videos, when first touching on a topic, start off sweet, genuine concern.
One of the things that really has always made me upset about this whole Eugenia situation is how everyone on the internet is always saying, like, oh, you should just eat a burger. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, you look so gross. Your body looks disgusting. You're so skinny. You're gonna die. Those comments are completely unhelpful. Completely unhelpful. Oh my god.
Smarkle Gaggle, I need you to explain to me, right? Okay, so you're saying Willy Mac is based. Can somebody on this internet explain to me explicitly what based means? I'm too old. I don't know. What the fuck does based mean? Can somebody tell me? Because I see it all the time, like, based comment. Like, what is a bait? Like, what does based mean? Okay, let me know.
Belle even cites her own experience with her own eating disorder.
My coping skill was always to punish myself. Always to, like, make myself suffer rather than reaching out and getting help. So when someone comes at you and says, like, you look disgusting and you are going to die.
Ew, I'm sorry, but she's quite disgusting looking. Ew.
You should get help cause you're going to die and you know it.
That wasn't really very nice.
It made me feel like I should punish myself even more for other people being inconvenienced by me.
This is what I would like to call rolling the snowball. See, she's already given the only honest, fair take she can on Eugenia, so if she makes another video, she has to take things a little bit
Based means worthy of support. Hello, Repzilla. We'll be discussing you shortly as well, sweetheart.
farther, and boy, does she make a lot of videos. So a year goes by since Eugenia Cooney appeared on the Shane Dawson documentary, and people start to realize she's relapsing. So naturally, these T channels want to make another video.
Hey, Queen Kimberly, welcome to the petty party. I really appreciate it. Whoop, 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 whoop.
On it, but how do you make it more exciting than the last time? Well, find someone to blame.
Eugenia has been essentially cut off from any contact she has with positive influences in her life who are trying to help her. So now
Okay, so now Willy Mac is going to go into the section where he's like, Eugenia Cooney's family aren't so bad. Or, you know, like, there's no evidence, I think, at this point to say that Eugenia Cooney has, like, abusive family members, which, honestly, I agree with. I'm going to skim past this whole section and move to the pro-Anna content. Massive trigger warning for this section.
Inspo is someone who's an advocate for an anorexic lifestyle. They claim she's influencing kids to be anorexic. So it's no longer about how awful the disease is and caring for her health. That's where we started. It's not even about the conspiracy with her parents anymore. Now it's just Eugenia herself for just existing with anorexia on social media. And remember, Eugenia Cooney's content has nothing to do with her ED. It's the kind of content you'd see from any other YouTuber. Gaming, clothes, shoes, that's it. So what do these people do? Well, they reach as far as they can. Just throw shit at the wall until something sticks. They've demonized her so much, they could pretty much say anything at this point and people will believe it.
Which brings us to the subject of YouTube's largest pro-Ana content creator, Eugenia Cooney. And yes, I did refer to her as a pro-Ana content creator because despite the facade of doing makeup tutorials, cosplay, and clothing haul videos, what Eugenia Cooney is really pushing is thinspo and a very dangerous pro-Ana agenda.
You gotta love how...
Okay, so I'm not comfortable, and I've said this several times on Twitch, I am not comfortable with calling Eugenia Cooney a pro-Ana content creator. I feel like we need to move past the stigma of people existing in their bodies and us attributing certain factors to their bodies. For instance, if me and my plus size self posts a photograph of myself in underwear online, we have a lot of people who will go ahead and say she is glorifying obesity. Vice versa, you will have somebody such as Eugenia Cooney who has obviously got anorexia nervosa posting pictures of themselves in cute outfits, not even necessarily hugely scantily clad, but is clearly and obviously suffering with the perils of anorexia nervosa, and people will literally sit down and say she's a pro-Ana content creator. Literally most of her videos are try-on hauls, are kawaii product openings and all that kind of stuff. She just does regular ass content, and I cannot stress this enough because that's the part that is literally driving me insane, because we will have plus size people doing Shen and Fashion Nova clothing hauls, getting completely naked, starting off their video in a bra and knickers before trying on all of these outfits, and we're not sitting down and saying that these people are glorifying obesity, are showing parts of their body. This is disgusting, she shouldn't be showing this. And the way that Pastel Belle for me goes into absolute graphic detail over somebody else's body, if that had been just any other content creator, we would have dragged them. I know a content creator who literally had to remove a video purely because they were so hyper focused on the cosmetic surgery that another person had had. I just kind of feel like we're crossing a line when we literally go into pure details, like mad ass details over somebody else's body. It just feels uncomfortable to me, and I truly believe that that is one of the reasons why Pastel Belle's video was like falsely flagged and taken down for incorrect reasons.
Her proof of this is just Eugenia existing in the thumbnails. Like, she adds these giant red arrows as if we can't already see her. How is Eugenia supposed to show off her new outfit without wearing the outfit? When Eugenia is showing off her new shoes in the thumbnail, this lady adds a giant red arrow pointing towards her crotch. Like, dude, I think this says more about your character than her being pro-Ana.
Eugenia Cooney is 100% doing this. You can see it in her thumbnails, you can see it in her Instagram posts, you can see it in the Twitter posts, you can see it pretty much everywhere that she posts online. There's one particular Instagram post that I'm going to be talking about, and it occurred on October 25th. Attached to this photo, she has a caption that says,
this is the graphic detail of which I'm talking about. Debate Tipster, he's watching right now. There's nothing to debate because I'm actually like, okay, I'm just going to say it. Like, truthfully, I'm actually not feeling Pastel Belle at all. I've got nothing to support her over, if I'm perfectly honest. So there's literally nothing to debate because I'm pretty much on the commentary bros side on this.
What you think about yourself is more important than what others think of you. So in this photo, it seems like on the surface, it's about like positivity and self-love and self-care and things like that, which are great and wonderful things.
Watch how she'll twist this.
However, I have a hard time believing that this caption is about loving yourself and wanting to take care of yourself, because clearly she is not taking care of herself.
Well, she's not getting better, so clearly she's trying to indoctrinate the youth. So people who are sick with a mental and physical disorder can't write positive messages. She has a clip where she sits here and picks apart how Eugenia looks.
In this photo, she's posed and you can see her arms, her tendons.
Skip Widget, whilst I understand 100% why you feel as if because somebody is shown their knickers that they are intentionally trying to show their underwear or to show an excessive amount of body, whilst I understand, we also have to put into the perspective that I have literally, and I know many people can attest to this, have said that, I've literally seen other content creators do clothing hauls starting in a pair of Spanx and a bra before trying on clothes. So if we are going to attribute one with being, showing too much skin, then we need to do the same with everybody else. I feel as if we're viewing certain things in two completely different ways. And it's just, for me as a person, and I've already spoken to you guys before about my binge eating disorder, right? To me as somebody with binge eating disorder, I feel like both ends of the spectrum have issues, but I don't feel like it is fair to try or to insinuate or instigate or initiate the deplatforming of somebody based upon the fact they are existing in their God-born body. That is something that I have an issue with. And that's something that I'm not willing to waver or falter over. It's very, very fucking weird. I feel like if we're treating her like that, then we have to treat everybody else like that. Binge eating disorder is also an extremely relevant disorder that kills millions of fucking people, probably more so than anorexia nervosa. Statistically, being obese kills way more people than being anorexic. Yet, I've literally sat down and watched in full Pastel Belle's video where she says that what Eugenia Cooney is doing is more harmful than what any other person's doing or Nikocado Avocado is doing, because we know that obesity is wrong. No, sis. If we're talking about glorifying something, he literally sits on his platform and eats large quantities of food. We also see on the thinner side of the spectrum, somebody such as Veronica Wang, who eats large quantities of food, 2,500 calorie challenge, 3,000 calorie challenge, eating 17 packets of fire noodles, etc., and is going to the gym and working out crazy. That's disordered eating. Whether you choose to acknowledge it or not, that too is disordered eating. So if we're going to judge one, we need to judge everybody by that same fucking book. If we're going to deplatform one, then we need to deplatform everybody. And unfortunately, me as a plus size content creator, I'm sitting here thinking, holy shit, are people going to deplatform me because of the way that I look? Because I'm plus sized? Nah, I don't talk about my weight. I don't discuss that with you. That's not a part of my shit. That's not a part of my thing. I'm here to discuss things. I'm here to give commentary. I'm here to share my opinions and all that kind of stuff. I'm not here for anything else. In the same way that Eugenia Cooney is here to show you her clothing hauls, her unboxings, the shoes that she got, the sponsorships that she had, that's what she's here to show. She's never discussed a day in my life, what it is that I ate in a day. She's never discussed my tips for losing weight. She's never done any of that. You guys have attributed that to her body, not her.
Are very pronounced. You can see her collarbones.
Yeah, man, she's anorexic. They have arms too. She then follows this up by saying,
and I'm not going to go too deep into what she looks like in the photo because I don't think that's productive.
Bro, you just did that. You just described every part of her body, her tendons. What more could you have said? And people love this, man. They ate it up. iNabber left a comment. This really is a fantastic video. No, it's not.
Leave it to iNabber.
This is one of the most toxic videos I've ever seen.
Her Instagram basically follows that same pattern of posting a photo of herself looking very sickly, looking very thin, and then some kind of caption that is vaguely about self-care, self-love, or the importance of taking care of yourself.
Let me tell you something about self-love, right? True tea. Let me tell you something about self-love. You guys know I've had weight loss surgery, right? I've lost just under 100 pounds, right? It used to be over 100 pounds. I put 20 pounds in during lockdown. Love that for me, right? Also, I was pregnant. But also, we know that I've had weight loss surgery. What got me to the point of weight loss surgery? Do you know what got me to the point of weight loss surgery and making that positive action for me and myself and my body? Self-love. I told myself that I was the baddest bitch ever every single fucking day until I felt it. Until one day I was like, do you know what? You need to do more by you, Paige. You need to do more by you. You need to love you. You need to care about you. Do you get what I mean? And I was, you guys know my fertility issues. I stopped having my periods and all that kind of stuff. And I knew that I needed to lose this weight in order to get the IVF treatment it was that I wanted, right? So then that's when I was like, I'm making the decision to have weight loss surgery because I want to have children. I want to have a family. That's what I want from my life. And I had to love myself enough to get to that point to make a change. We are expecting her to live in her body and then hate her body incessantly to make a positive change. Does that make any fucking sense to anybody? Because it doesn't make any sense to me at all. We're expecting somebody to hate themselves incessantly all across all social media platforms, to hide themselves incessantly all across all social media platforms, and expect them to generate enough love to do positive change for themselves. That makes no fucking sense. You have to love yourself to make change. You have to love yourself to make change. You have to care about yourself a marginal amount to make fucking change. And we want this girl to hate herself to make change. She needs to be surrounded by love. She needs to be surrounded by care. She needs to be surrounded by people who give a fuck about her. That's what she needs to be surrounded by. Not a bunch of people on the internet sitting there hyper scrutinizing her fucking body. The body that she literally has no choice at this point to exist in. She has no choice but to exist in this fucking body. And you guys are just like, I'm not saying you guys, but I'm speaking to the community as a whole right now. Like, you guys are just so incessant on making her the bad person when she's dealing with an eating disorder. She's dealing with something. It's so fucked up. So fucked up. And honestly, I watched this video and I watched Pastel Belle's video and I watched Pastel Belle's previous video and it just made me sick to my fucking stomach.
She literally described the entire app that is...
Crows of Judgment, thank you so much for the $4.99. As somebody who's criticized you before, you were 100% right on this one thing. The commentary boys are in here. Hello, thank you. Tipster, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Jesus Christ, what have I done?
His Instagram. Everyone posts a picture of themselves with some stupid goddamn quote. And because this is the tea community and nobody does research of their own, people like Repzilla are citing Belle as a credible source. This is how tea channels do research. They watch each other's false information and then build off it with their own false information. Bro, can you believe the guy who cited an article he couldn't even be bothered to read also cited Pastel Belle? You couldn't write something better than this. Now, since you got Repzilla making his video, he needs to bring something new to the table as well. He needs to up the ante just a little bit. See, Eugenia Cooney is clearly pro Anna because she used a blue butterfly emoji.
She's become...
Okay, so you guys will remember a couple of videos ago, I made a video on Tess Holiday now claiming to be anorexic and having anorexia nervosa, right? That was a whole video it is that I made. Definitely go check it out. I really enjoyed making that video. I had a lot of fun. Right. Okay, so in this video, I used the Hungry Caterpillar as a reference, right? And the story of the Hungry Caterpillar, the children's book, is that the Hungry Caterpillar suddenly blossoms into a butterfly. A lot of people told me that I was speaking in reference to anorexia because apparently anorexia and the butterfly have like a thing. And I was literally sitting there thinking to myself, like, holy fucking crap, I had no idea that the butterfly had anything to do with the pro-Anna community. No idea until people were telling me in my comments. So I don't necessarily believe that everybody will know that because I sure as fuck never. And also, when I was speaking about the whole situation with Tess Holiday having anorexia nervosa, I also explained to you guys how I felt as if binge eating disorders and other eating disorders that attribute you to being overweight and fat, those eating disorders aren't viewed in the same light that anorexia nervosa is. And anorexia nervosa is almost seen as a more viable, if you will, eating disorder than all of the rest of the eating disorders. Whereas we all know that both of these things can kill people. Just period, right? One is purging, one is binging. Y'all can both kill yourselves doing these things. And for me, I'm literally watching in fucking real time, right? This woman who is clearly overweight call herself anorexic because it is this is my personal opinion, Paige Christie, my personal opinion. She is willing to call herself anorexic because people are more willing to be understanding of the trials and tribulations it is that she is facing with food rather than being able to say that she has a binge eating disorder. Why? Because fat people are viewed as lazy. They don't give a shit. They're unkempt. They don't look after themselves when they might just be dealing with binge eating disorder. That is just one of the things that I was mentioning in that video. So I just wanted to also just point out that I spoke about that in that video, but also that I had absolutely no idea that the butterfly was attributed to the pro-ana community. I don't think that that's common knowledge to anybody outside of the pro-ana community. That's just true tease.
Become somewhat of a YouTube villain. And some of the things she does just seems too much of a coincidence, like posting captions with a blue butterfly.
There you go, guys. Oh, blue butterflies. That's the hard evidence. That's why Eugenia Cooney has become a villain. The blue butterfly has been linked to pro.
I also want to point out, something is that I've noticed is that Tati Westbrook also uses the blue butterfly as a point of reference. And a lot of people have also said that Tati Westbrook looks and seems to be quote unquote underweight. That has been a running theme within the beauty community, that Tati Westbrook is quote unquote underweight to them. So are we saying that Tati Westbrook, who primarily makes makeup tutorials and videos, is now doing suggestive material to the pro-ana community? No? She uses blue butterflies almost under every single fucking caption. No? So then we now need to sit down and assess why it is that we're choosing to pick on Eugenia Cooney.
Anna circles before. Eugenia actually responded to this. Just so you guys know, me posting a butterfly emoji is not at all meant to mean anything bad. I just like butterflies. There's really no hidden message to it. Probably the most rotten part about all of this to me is these tea channels are always framing their videos as if they're the hero.
I reached out to Eugenia and asked if she would be willing to watch that video. I thought that maybe it would help her and maybe she would be able to relate to it.
Hold up, just going to go through the super chats one sec. We got $49.99 from Crows of Judgment, who said not getting one-upped by Tipster. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Jessica Pizzle says, as somebody with BED, I feel you. As for the butterflies, Sisters apparel is filled with blue butterflies. I don't think anybody outside of the pro-ana community truly knows the meaning of the butterfly. I was educated when I made my video several months ago on a Tess Holiday now choosing to be a part of the, I was going to say anorexic community, but now isn't saying that they are anorexic and suffer with anorexia nervosa. Speedy Nita, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you.
And it would inspire her to get the help that she needs. Unfortunately, she didn't respond. I thought for a long time about what else I could do to help Eugenia and to help other people who are struggling with this. And the only thing I could come up with in my head was to unsubscribe from her YouTube channel and to report her Instagram account and unfollow.
Guys, I did all I could. I sent her my YouTube video. Only thing left to do is ban her.
This is not me trying.
Okay, so she's going to go on now to say that this is not what she's trying to do. She doesn't want to try and incite that everybody goes and flag her video. But when you say that that's a decision it is that you've taken and you openly say that to your audience, you also have to acknowledge that you've now cultured an environment where a group of people are going to sit down and think, well, that's the action that I should take too. we have to at least acknowledge that our audiences will also, especially if they've been following us for a long time, sometimes follow suit with certain things. So whether she chose to instigate something like that or not, or whether that was her intention, she has to at least somewhat acknowledge that she was a part of that. Something that I feel like Pastel Belle failed to acknowledge in her response.
Trying to cancel Eugenia.
Yes, it is. It's by definition you trying to cancel her. I'm not canceling her. I'm just trying to take away her social media accounts, her job, everything she loves in life.
And I also want to say, I agree with Mac here about it being something that she loves in life, because one of the things it was, I was actually in Xylee Loves Gaming, or Xylee Gets Real, I think it is now. Xylee Gets Real. She has amazing streams. I'm a member. I absolutely love her content. Definitely, if you want no bullshit commentary, definitely go and check her out. I have literally been obsessed with her for the past 2 weeks now. And, when I was watching, one of the things it was that we were talking about and we were saying is that these are all things that Eugenia Cunha loves, right? She loves kawaii items. She loves Japanese culture. She loves cosplay. She loves trying on new outfits. She loves Dolls Kill as a brand. She loves all of these things. And we're expecting to deplatform her and then literally strip her of everything it is that she loves and enjoys. And then we're expecting her to rebuild herself in that time, instead of going through a severe amount of depression that could spiral herself into a worse place than she was before. We're literally taking this person's joy away. The things that make them happy. And then expecting them to get better. Because we've helped you. You've not helped anything. You've not helped anything at all. You've not helped anything at all. All you've done is just taken this person's joy away. So not only do you want to deplatform and not make them make any money, you also want to take the simple fucking joys that this person has in life. And we know as content creators, especially over the pandemic, how we have had to be fucking hermits. How we are in the same house, in the same room, in the same studio every single fucking day. And it can be horrendous on our mental health, but we do it because we enjoy making content. If somebody took that simple joy away from you, tell me how you would fucking feel. If I didn't get to do this, I don't think I'd be happy. I don't think I'd be happy. That's why I do this, because this makes me happy. But we're expecting her to strip your money, strip your simple joys in life, but get better. Fuck off.
Want her hurting kids with her platform. I don't want her to advocate for pro-Anna content.
The evidence used for Eugenia being a thinspiration for kids is accounts with very few followers, posts that are years old and are usually getting ratioed by other users. And if you look at the dislikes on her videos or the people following her on Twitter, it becomes very clear that her audience is not made up of kids.
And I don't want her to either directly or indirectly send the message that there is nothing wrong with having an extremely dangerous ED.
The problem with Belle's argument is that the only evidence of Eugenia being pro-Anna is that she is anorexic. Even when she disavows people trying to look like her, saying she's not trying to tell kids anything.
Are you telling kids that this is natural? Guys.
Roxit Loud, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Love you lots.
Listen, I'm not trying to tell kids anything. Nothing I'm saying right now is like a message to kids about how their body should look. Listen, I'm not trying to say like I'm so perfect. I'm not trying to say like make me your role model. I'm not trying to say that like at all. Okay, I'm just kind of doing the best like I can in life and all that. And I'm sorry, I'm not like, I can't really babysit like all the kids on the internet and things like that.
And no matter what she says, how she says it, it doesn't matter, because in these T channel's eyes, she's already guilty.
Even if Eugenia is saying that she doesn't want to be thinspo for these people, she is, and she can't ignore that. Like, the facts are right here. There's so much evidence.
I could be fatspo for other people. I'm existing in my fat body. I could be fatspo for other people. Other people may want to look like me. Is that my fault for existing and showing pictures of myself looking the way that I do? Or is that an issue with them that they need to solve? Also, if we are talking about minors, it is not up to a content creator to look after your children. It is not up to a content creator to look after your children. There is something vastly wrong here on the internet that we are now holding content creators as a ridiculous standard, yeah, that we now have to act in a certain way because there might be children watching. I don't give a fuck if a child is watching my channel. They shouldn't be watching my channel. My channel is 18 plus. I would say 16 plus, possibly. I talk about sex sometimes, so yeah, 18 plus. My audience should be 18 plus. If you're not 18 plus, sis, that's on you, right? I'm not out here trying to promote my content to children. And I feel like if you're not out here trying to promote your content to children, then, because we're also sitting there, because people are like, oh, well, you know, she likes Japanese culture and kawaii items. And there are a lot of fucking adults who like Japanese culture and kawaii items and anime and all of those kind of things. We can't expect every single person who enjoys that kind of content to then constantly make their content surrounding children. Unless it's being promoted to children, like, say, Team 10, Jake Paul saying, tell your moms and tell your dads to buy my merch. He knows his audience. He knows the people it is that he's aggressively trying to target. This is not happening on Eugenia Cooney's channels. It's not happening on Eugenia Cooney's Twitch. It's not happening anywhere surrounding Eugenia Cooney. If there is a child in the audience, then, you know, we act appropriately. But at the same time, she cannot be expected to be their parent. I spoke about this in my Twitch, and I'm going to rehash it here as well. My daughter watches slime videos. She fucking loves slime videos, right? And there is this one slime content creator who uses scissors to cut into the slime. I felt like that was inappropriate for my 2-year-old to watch. So now we have a universally banned slime video in my house that we don't allow her to watch the slime video where the woman takes the scissors out and cuts into it. I don't want my daughter, who's only 2 years old, to watch this slime video and think that cutting it with scissors is appropriate. That's my position as a parent to moderate, not the slime creator. I'm not going to try and sit there and deplatform the slime creator for using scissors. No, that might be appropriate for the teenagers it is that she's promoting her content to, but might not be appropriate for my 2-year-old. I have to make the decision to turn that off. I have to make the decision to moderate. I have to make the decision not to make my YouTube channel autoplay. It's me who has to make that decision. Why are we taking parents out of the fucking equation here like we aren't supposed to parent our fucking kids?
That she is. So I don't understand how she can sit there and act like she's not.
Yeah, this is literally the argument people made for PewDiePie being alt-right. He was posted to an alt-right website by alt-right people, and even though he disavowed it, he was still declared alt-right. Now, is that fair?
EM25 says, wouldn't you say that videos including Bratz, Disney's, Powerpuff Girls cater to children? We also have to remember her age group and her era. I watched Bratz, Disney, Powerpuff Girls growing up, and I'm 30 years fucking old. That's my generation. That's my shit. I still get excited when I see Monsters University and Monsters Inc. Why? Because I fucking grew up on that shit. Nobody can rehash Shrek like I can. I know Shrek 1, Shrek 2, Shrek 3, and Shrek 4. And Shrek Happily Ever After. Why? Because that's my generation. That's my era. We can't sit there and dictate to her the things it is that she can enjoy or can't enjoy. That's ridiculous.
No, of course not, because statistically speaking, if you have millions of subscribers, you're going to have a few extreme people in there. See, turning Eugenia Cooney into a boogeyman, giving all of her audience EDs, apparently wasn't far enough. They decided to promote a petition, the Remove Eugenia Cooney from YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and Twitter petition. And the first person I found promoting this was Jacqueline Glenn. Yes, the same person who 5150'd Eugenia.
Also goes on to explain that YouTube states in its TOS that they don't allow content that encourages dangerous or illegal activities that risk serious physical harm or death.
Yo, they're trying to ban her on a technicality. I guess if you can't see the person with anorexia online, that means they don't exist. If Eugenia Cooney just having an eating disorder qualifies her as encourages dangerous activities, well, what about other eating disorders? Nikocado Avocado is some...
T! Because we're now going to go into Nikocado Avocado, who I would say, if we're going to sit there and say somebody's glorifying obesity, this would be what we would be talking about right here.
Someone whose actual content relies on feeding his disorder. This is how he looked when he started his channel.
I haven't made a video for about 1 week now.
This is him now.
Jesus. I will not tolerate the Papa John's slander over here, okay? Papa John's is the one, okay?
As if we're talking about self-harm and eating disorders, does he need to be banned too? Interestingly enough, Pastel Belle actually made a video about this. Let's stop comparing Eugenia Cooney and Nikocado Avocado.
In my opinion, the two are not really comparable at all. So while Nick definitely does seem to have some disordered eating habits and some very unhealthy relationships with his body image and with food, I think that his ED is very different from Eugenia's.
No!
Bro.
Oh, what? These two? You think they're different? Huh. Yeah, I'm really confused. How were these two different? You know, I think it might have something to do with him eating a truckload of food every upload. Just fucking say it. She's so worried about offending someone. Watch how she tiptoes around this.
We can see that Eugenia's is much more closely aligned with what society deems as beautiful for young people. And even though her body is not necessarily the ideal, it is much more similar to what is conventionally attractive, which is to be thin. Whereas Nikocado Avocado is not really within what is societally deemed as conventionally attractive.
He's a fat fuck, she's underweight, and both their eating disorders are ruining their lives. I like how in the most professional way, she tries to say that Nick's ugly.
Nikocado Avocado is not really within what is societally deemed as conventionally attractive.
Okay, so what we're talking about now is Eurocentric standards of beauty, and Eurocentric standards of beauty has actually changed significantly. I've watched people such as Kate Moss, Kendall Jenner, and the ultra-thin supermodel body prototype be hailed as the most appropriate body type for a woman, and everybody wanted to be as thin as possible, to now everybody wanting a better boob-to-hip ratio, wanting a better ass to thigh ratio. Everybody's now wanting to look that little bit racially ambiguous with the thick lips, and the beauty standards have changed significantly. I also wouldn't say that Eugenia Cooney's body type is closer to the body type of what is now viewed as a Eurocentric standard of beauty. I don't believe it is. Not even fucking close. Not even fucking close. I see more girls going to get a BBL now than trying to have their weight sucked out of them, period. The BBL is now a fucking pandemic all of its own. So I don't think that that's also fair to say.
We can see that Eugenia's is much more closely aligned with what society deems as beautiful. It is much more similar to what is conventionally attractive, which is to be thin.
Wouldn't that make Eugenia a victim of society then? Isn't she a symptom of a greater problem? Take it up with Hollywood and the modeling industry then. If you look at her comments, Twitch donations, not many people want to look like her. She gets made fun of more for the way she looks than anyone I've seen online. And if this is a societal conventional beauty problem, then you're just kind of victim blaming her.
Nikocado Avocado is not really within what is societally deemed as conventionally attractive. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with him because of that. I'm just saying that his content is not going to influence people to want to look like him.
What do you mean?
Okay, so I see from my personal perspective, I think because fat shaming has become such a huge thing here on the internet that everybody is so terrified of saying and doing, that she is now tiptoeing around the fact that he is a fat man. Now, fat is a descriptive term. I personally don't find fat a word that affects me. So I maybe it's through being fat that I've taken the power out of the word. It's a descriptive term. If you were going to describe Paige, overweight, fat would be the terms. I get it. I'm not upset by it. So I feel like the way that she's tried to tiptoe around it is because she doesn't want to be accused of fat shaming. And the reason that we kind of somewhat have to acknowledge why she's tiptoeing around calling him essentially what he is, which is a fat man, right, is purely because she knows that there could be quite a large percentage of her audience who also may be fat. Because it's no secret that being overweight is becoming more and more and more and more obvious within American society, as well as over here in Europe. People are becoming more overweight and more obese and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's a huge thing. It's talked about on our TVs, on our radios, on this, on that. We all know that. But also, she doesn't want to fat shame, because then that would be cornering off a whole massive chunk of her audience. Let's just be honest. A lot of us are fat fucks over here, babes.
This is peak male performance. Just look at the mental gymnastics Pastel Belle has taken us through to try and derail this conversation. It starts off with Eugenia Cooney, and how even though her content isn't based around her eating disorder, her just being on camera can still trigger some viewers' ED.
She's causing many of her young and vulnerable viewers to have eating disorders of their own and to cause relapses for those who might already be struggling.
They then go into the self-harm argument, citing how you can't upload content that encourages dangerous or illegal activities. The activity being existing with an ED. When people point out that Nikocado has a binge eating disorder that's negatively affecting his life, statistically speaking, there's a lot more people for him to cause relapses for, and unlike Eugenia, his content actually revolves around his disorder. Clickbait.
Okay, so let me tell you something about my binge eating disorder. You guys know that I suffered with my binge eating disorder, and then I ended up having weight loss surgery, right? Okay, so let me tell you what I used to do in order to suppress my binge eating disorder, right? What did I used to watch? Mukbang channels. Because just because I couldn't eat, and my diet primarily consisted of liquids and a portion of food that was the size of a fucking egg, I wanted to watch other people eating because I got a rush of endorphins, the endorphins that I'd grown to kind of love and live by, just by watching other people eat. So in essence, I actually became a huge fan of Nikocado Avocado. Flaws and all, he's hilarious, right? I think he's a meme at this point. I became a huge fan of Nikocado Avocado. Why? Because I had daily content to watch of somebody else eating, because I could not eat myself. I enjoyed watching other people eat instead. That could be considered as triggering my BED, right? Or is it up to me to moderate the kind of content it is that I watch? Okay.
Fading his disorder gives him views. When the same arguments, the same logic can be used about Nick, it's different due to society. For fuck's sake, he sells merch about his eating disorder.
My weight is a medical mystery.
This is why I say he's a fucking mean. I honestly, like, I live for Nikocado Avocado. Like, obviously, like, dude, look after yourself, for real. Like, look after yourself. But also, you're hilarious. He's so funny.
And you people will buy this shirt to support this channel.
This guy's monetizing his ED, but remember, when it's about him, it's a conventional beauty conversation. Fact is, if you're going to ban somebody just for having an eating disorder, you aren't really fixing the problem. You're just kind of hiding it. I think Boogie worded it really well.
It's okay to exist on this space if you are very fat or if you are very skinny. It's okay to exist if you have an eating disorder. And that's just a fact. You can't deplatform somebody for being sick. You can't deplatform somebody for existing.
Pastel Belle actually made a response video to this saying
that she's just skinny is kind of implying that it's just her body type. It's not something that she can help, and that's just her appearance, which has nothing to do with her physical or mental health.
Boogie clearly said she was sick. These are back-to-back clips in her videos. I don't know why she responded so dishonestly. These people are rats, man. Eating disorders are often a way to cope for most victims. Pastel Belle knows this. You see, when she was making her first Eugenia Cooney video, before it became about the never-ending chase for views, she opened up about her own eating disorder.
My coping skill was always to punish myself. Always to, like, make myself suffer rather than reaching out and getting help. So when someone comes at you and says, like, you look disgusting and you are going to die,
your body is actually...
But a part of me is literally sitting here watching Pastel Belle know and acknowledge that punishing herself was possibly the most harmful thing that she could do for herself during the times that she was suffering with her own eating disorder, whilst in tandem expecting YouTube and the entire YouTube community to punish Eugenia Cooney for simply existing in her body. None of this makes sense. If anything, all of what we're talking about is going to exasperate what is already going on.
Disgusting.
You look like you're going to die. You're very sick looking.
It made me feel like I should punish myself even more.
Repzilla, just for your information, binge eating disorder is one of the most underdiagnosed disorders ever. It took me forever to get diagnosed with binge eating disorder before I actually ended up having weight loss surgery. So, because there is still that stigma that is attached to being plus size that people attribute to just pure laziness. And a lot of people just aren't lazy. They have a very inappropriate relationship with food.
For other people being inconvenienced by me, or like something just completely insane like that.
If you take away these people's jobs, money, what they love, how do you think they'll cope? You think it's realistic for Eugenia to go get a job at Walmart stocking shelves? And guess what? We're not done, ladies and gentlemen. Pastel Belle posts another video, this time all about Eugenia Cooney's underwear. Yes, if you thought T-channels couldn't stoop low enough, they always find a way to go deeper. It's almost inspiring at this point. Eugenia Cooney has just stooped to a new low. They've already framed her as an abused girl turned villain that's backstabbed her only friend willing to help her and is tricking the youth into being anorexic via blue.
Okay, so at this point he goes into Eugenia Cooney and the underwear eyeshadow argument. I don't want to delve too deeply into the underwear eyeshadow comment. It's kind of clear to me, as much as it's clear to Mac, Willy Mac? I don't know what to call you. Willy. They call me Big Willy. What's that song? Is that a Will Smith song? They call me Big Willy. Anyway, I don't care to delve into that much further because I'm kind of on his side with that. It was two completely different colors. I think there are several different YouTubers who do clothing hauls who are constantly showing their underwear. There are plus size YouTubers who start off in Spanx and a bra before they even try their clothes on. Like, hi, I'm so and so, and today I've got a Shen haul for you, and they've got the rack behind them, and then they put all those clothes on themselves. So as far as I'm concerned, we're now just getting to that nitpicky part, and I don't care to go into it. So as we know, there was now a response from Pastel Belle. Now, in fact, what we're going to do is we're going to go and have a look at the response that was shown on social media. So this was Belle's initial response to all of what was said. Let's have a quick look. Is it that one? No. Okay, no, we'll start with this one. Okay, so she says, FYI, I will never copyright strike a video that uses content, presents an opposing view, no matter how biased it is, but people saying that Eugenia Cooney's blood is on my hand is disgusting, and if you are low enough to try and start pushing that narrative, I will be reporting it. I'm kind of the mindset of, if people have something to say, let them say it, regardless. Like, I've got a video of mine that's, like, getting hate bombed at the moment. Y'all know it. It's a Trisha Paytas video. It's getting hate bombed at the moment. If people got something to say, let them say it. Fuck it, right? We can't control what people have to say about us. The next one is, thanks to all of you who saw through the hyperbole of the recent video slandering me and my stance on harmful Finspo content. Also looking forward to discussing with Augie on YouTube, who, despite disagreeing, had the decency to try and understand my stance. Now, y'all know that I'm not a big fan of Augie. I think I couldn't have made that more clear if I even fucking tried. However, if you think I'm not tuning into this live stream, I hope it fucking happens, by the way. If you think I'm not tuning into this live stream, you are mad. I am here for a messy time, always. So I very much hope that this live stream takes place, because that sounds so... Girl, you're going into Lion's Den right now. Could never be me, bitch. Could never be me. Okay, so then she goes on to say, Keemstar using his 3 million followers platform to go after my 7k follower platform in order to 7k follower platform is slightly disingenuous. You've got significantly more on your YouTube channel. I think she's just under 100,000 subscribers. In order to generate more drama, what's new? I guess creators his own size, such as H3H3 Productions and Hassan the Hun, a little bit too much for him to handle. Apparently, Keemstar made a video at Belle. I'm not entirely sure what it is that he said to Belle. He has me blocked, so whatever. Okay, basically your average at Keemstar Stan in a nutshell. R-word apologists like you running around a dime a dozen. Concerns dismissed. A T 1.1 to 5. Women are sexually assaulted in their lifetime, probably more. Yeah, life on easy mode. And the person says, we get it, C word, you're a woman, so you're free of all kinds of criticism. Life was on easy mode. Now, it's not surprising to me that the audience is reacting in this way, because I feel like, and this is just me speaking honestly, the commentary bros have a lot of people within their audience who are just extremely childish. And because of that, it's incredibly hard to have a conversation, because when you look at somebody's audience, you sit there and think to yourself, like, there's no real relevant argument going on. So I understand where she's coming from, but at the same time, when we're talking about women being sexually assaulted and all that kind of stuff, I don't think she can really attribute it to that particular conversation, in my humble opinion. Okay, so that is what it is that she had to say. She actually then went on to make a response video to all of this. I have watched a response video. I'm going to skip through past her talking about Willy Mac, and then we'll get into some of the real tea that's going on here, because I have a lot to say about what she had to say in this video. It was incredibly, as far as I'm concerned, incredibly disingenuous. I don't like what some of the things it is that she had to say, and I feel like some important factors of the discussion, because it was not important to her, she kind of glazed over. For instance, her attributing anorexia nervosa to being more so important than binge eating disorder or anybody who does anything like that on their platform. I didn't like that at all, and to be honest, when I watched it the first time, I was literally screaming at the fucking computer, so I'm probably going to do that again.
Ask her at all. That has just not happened. I know some people are lying right now, and some people are trying.
I'm going to just skip through. Hold on.
YouTube automatically is just not true. Like, that's
okay, so this is where she's going to say that YouTube believes with her.
Should be banned from YouTube or something like that. But I didn't do that, and I don't think that, and I never have thought that. What my belief is, and what my belief always has been, is that people who weaponize their EDs in the form of thinspo or pro-ana content, who use it for shock value and for profit with zero regard for who they're influencing.
Okay. Eugenia Cooney existing in her body does not equate to her creating pro-ana content, and does not equate to her doing things for shock value, even if her body and her body type may be shocking to the viewer. Even if her body type is shocking to a viewer, does not attribute her body to being pro-ana, does not attribute her body to being used for shock value.
Should be removed or age restricted. When you're a creator and you have a large audience, you're called an influencer. And influencers influence people. It's why they're called influencers. And according to YouTube's community guidelines, there's a certain amount of responsibility that comes with that influence. If you look at YouTube's community guidelines, you'll see that they actually agree with me. If you look at their community guidelines page, you'll see that there's a bunch of different ones, but if you scroll down, you'll see one that says harmful and dangerous content. And if you read through it, it says eating disorders. Content that praises, glorifies, or encourages viewers to imitate anorexia or other eating disorders. Eating disorders are characterized by abnormal or disturbed eating habits, which negatively affect a person's health. And YouTube agrees with me. And I know this because they took down one of my videos on Eugenia Cooney.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the video it is that she used. Hold on, I'm still on the wrong screen. Hold up. Y'all are looking at the wrong screen. God damn, I am a little bit tipsy. I ain't going to lie to you. Here we go. I've left you guys on that screen for the longest time. I apologize. I'm fucking shit at this. Right, okay, so she's basically saying in this, right, that YouTube agrees with her because of the policy, because the policy that they have in place. I'm going to sit here and do my best to show you why the policy may not agree with her.
On May 16th, I got a notification that one of my videos had been taken down, and it wasn't like a super crazy video. It was literally just me sitting in a chair, like I always do, just responding to things that Eugenia was doing in her video. Like, it was just a video that Eugenia had done. It was like a fashion haul or something, and I was talking about it. Hi, Pastel Belle. Our team has reviewed your content, and unfortunately, we think it violates our harmful and dangerous policy. We've removed the following content from YouTube, and the video was The Dangers of Eugenia Cooney and Pro-Ana Content. Now, I really want to stress that this was not a video that was taken down because it was bullying Eugenia Cooney. Remember that community guideline that I went over like 10 seconds ago? That was what they cited. It wasn't bullying or something else, because that's a completely different guideline. The only thing that would make sense for it to be taken down for is if it violated their eating disorder policy, which is under the harmful and dangerous content section. So why did my video on Eugenia get taken down, but Eugenia's own videos get to stay up? Now, keep in mind, the only thing that was in my video was me sitting in me. But what I felt were disturbed eating habits, which negatively had been taken down. Dangers of Eugenia Cooney and pro-Anna harmful and dangerous content section. So why did my video on Eugenia get taken down, but Eugenia's own videos get to stay up?
Okay, the reason that your video got taken down is because in that particular video, you described in graphic detail Eugenia Cooney's body type, the clothes it was that she was wearing, the tendons, the way that she was looking. You scrutinized, hyper-scrutinized, some would say, her entire fucking body. That's the reason that your video got taken down. Eugenia Cooney, whilst doing her try-on haul, minding her own fucking business, did not discuss her body in any capacity. That's the difference. And then you named your video the problem with Eugenia Cooney and pro-Anna content, right? So you've also acknowledged in the title of your video what it is that you're about to talk about, which is the pro-Anna content, while showing somebody else trying on clothes and saying that they're perpetuating a pro-Anna environment for their audience. That's why your video got taken down, because of how graphically you decided to discuss her body. Now, obviously, because you were trying to quote unquote educate people of, anorexia nervosa and all of that kind of stuff, YouTube deemed it as acceptable when you disputed it. But initially, that would have been the reason why your video was taken down. When Eugenia Cooney creates content and she's just showing her clothes, she's not going to be taken down for incorrect eating habits, because she's not showcasing her incorrect eating habits to her audience. That's not harmful content. The content that you're here to see is what it is that Eugenia has come the fuck online to actually show you, which is her fucking skirt and her fucking top and her fucking makeup. That's it. That's what you're here to see. You're not here to see anything else. It is you who has gone out of your fucking way to talk about her body, to talk about her weight, to talk about her size, to talk about her tendons, to talk about what she could be possibly implying. It's you who did all that, not Eugenia Cooney. She showed you a fucking skirt, a fucking top, her fucking makeup, and that is it. That is all she showed you. What you took from that is completely you. That was all Pastel Belle. Everything else was Eugenia showing her fucking shirt, her fucking skirt, her fucking outfit, her fucking shoes, her fucking hair, her fucking makeup. She didn't show you anything else. That's what you ran with. Imagine me out here trying on clothes and somebody goes, she is just trying to glorify obesity. Look at her out here just being fat as shit. Can she not see the cellulite in her fucking legs? She has got so much cellulite and excess skin, bitch. We can see you. You know why her titties are low, right? Her titties hang so goddamn low because of the vast weight of her boobs. If she lost weight, then she would be good for the community. Do you know what? We should take away her platform. Because if we take away her platform, then maybe she might lose weight. Could you imagine if the roles were fucking reversed? She showed you a fucking top, her fucking skirt, her fucking boots, her fucking hair, and her fucking makeup. That's all she showed you.
Now, keep in mind, the only thing that was in my video was me sitting in a chair doing some analysis on why body checking and thinspo is bad, but Eugenia's video, which had the same content except without the disclaimers and without the educational stuff about EDs and the dangers of it, that got to stay up. The only thing that I can possibly think of is that I just don't generate the same amount of ad revenue that Eugenia does.
Eugenia doesn't generate that much ad revenue for YouTube. Her videos, at the best, possibly get about 250,000 views per video. People on the platform, commentators such as D'Angelo Wallace, can literally breathe into a camera and get 1 million fucking views. Trust me, YouTube does not care about Eugenia Cooney above you. They don't care. They do not care. Trust me, they don't care. YouTube do not need Eugenia Cooney to make coins. She gets 100,000 to 250,000 views a video, approximately. I've watched her content over the past couple of weeks, approximately. Only when there is a video of her looking extra super thin, such as when she was trying that cosplay haul on with the red little bob wig that everybody seemed to be hyper focused on when she was at her thinnest, did that video get over 1 million views? And that's only because the commentators were talking about Eugenia Cooney, not because Eugenia Cooney was doing anything different in relation to her actual fucking content. Let's just make that clear.
Eugenia is making YouTube a ton of money, and I'm just not doing that. In other words, it all boils down to money. Now, before people who are hell-bent on trying to bring me down start going on about how it was actually me violating the bullying or harassment policy, just know that the email didn't cite the bullying or harassing policy as the reason they took my video down. Remember, the reason they took my video down was for violating the harmful or dangerous policy, under which there's a clause about eating disorder promotion. So they saw that the issue with my video was not me harassing or bullying Eugenia. The reason they had a problem with my video was because I was
Okay, so let's do a little...
allegedly promoting evil.
Let's do a little YouTube with Petty Page. I'm going to switch scenes real quick, because I'm going to show you guys my YouTube studio real motherfucking quick, so that you guys can see that this can happen to anyone, because I currently have a community guidelines warning for a video that I did in 2017, I do believe. Pissed off about it, but it is what it is. Manage videos, here we go. So let's go to my YouTube dashboard, active community guideline strikes. Here we are. So there is a video of mine that I had an appeal rejected for, which was Daddy of 5 is this child abuse reaction video. I got this one in 2019. The video itself, I do believe, was from 2017, right? So basically, this was me talking about the whole Daddy of 5 situation. And because I was expressing in graphic detail about child abuse and the perils of child abuse and the fucked up things that can happen and all of that kind of stuff, alongside my mother was in this video as well, I violated their policy on the grounds of child safety. I, as an individual, have to acknowledge that me talking about it in graphic detail probably exasperated it for other people. It happens. It's not just you. It's not because Daddy of 5 was making more money than me. It's nothing to do with that. Sometimes it's just because we are discussing it in graphic detail, and YouTube's like, that's not cool, that's not helping us, that's not helping you, that's not helping them, that's definitely not helping our advertisers, which is most likely what they care about the most, right? But it's not because you're earning less than Eugenia Cooney. It's nothing to do with that. That happens to fucking all of us, okay? This is not new, and I just want you to know that this is not new. Right here, I have an appeal rejected on the 6th of February 2020, and this will stay up on my channel until I get another one. Forever. Period. Period, poo. So just know that it happens to fucking everybody.
Eating disorders. And after I talked to them about the hypocrisy with that and how I was very obviously not doing...
Hold on, we've got some donations from Jessica. I'm just going to read them out. So, Jessica Pizzle says, it's funny that they don't realize the only people who go and harass Eugenia Cooney are people who watch Belle and others talk about her. I agree. Jessica Pizzle also says, I also think it's funny that these channels are doing exactly what Onision got dragged for doing back then. How many people told Onision to leave Eugenia Cooney alone because he was making too much content on her? And then all of a sudden, we've got like content creators creating entire channels dedicated, well, maybe not dedicated, but like a large majority of their content dragging Eugenia Cooney and, you know, we need to help her, we need to help her. We all sat there and said that Onision didn't really care to help Eugenia Cooney. It was all about himself at that time. But for some reason, when it comes out of another person's mouth, all of a sudden they're the helpful one. When honestly, I feel like it's one of the most unhelpful things it is that you could do for somebody going through something like that. Jessica, you are on the money. Thank you so much for your $10 donation.
That they reinstated my video. Now to address some specific points that he made, starting with the Tess Holiday tweet. I can understand how this can be perceived as not my best tweet, and if I'm being 100% honest, I think it is causing a lot of harm to people, and as someone who suffered with an ED myself, I know exactly how dangerous and insidious this disease is, and how harmful Thinspo and pro-Anna content is to those who struggle with EDs or who are prone to struggle with EDs. I have always said that. When I mentioned I never said that I wanted to deplatform her, I meant that I don't think she should be deplatformed from every social media that she has ever or will ever have forever. Like, arguing this point is literally just hyperbole, but also I've always had the same stance and I've always said it publicly. I think that Eugenia's pro-Anna, Thinspo, shock value content that is actively harming minors in her community should be temporarily banned or age restricted on YouTube. Not only because it's harming minors and it's harming adults.
Okay, so we have Abby Radiant who says, should Eugenia Cooney stay platform? What does she contribute? She contributes just as much as any other content creator. If you're going to deplatform Eugenia Cooney for being online as a thin woman, then you need to then deplatform plus size content creators creating the exact same fucking content. And if we do that, then we are going down a dangerous road where people are being deplatformed for the way that they look. And also we are going through a dangerous road where we're sitting down deplatforming people without knowing their health issues, without knowing their BMIs, without knowing anything, just based on the way that they look. And if we start doing that, YouTube is going to go through a hell of a fucking dangerous road there. So as far as I'm concerned, Eugenia Cooney has just as much to contribute to the platform as anybody else. Does her kawaii hauls make me something that I want to fucking watch? Absolutely not. I'm not a fucking audience. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge at some point that if we are treating Eugenia in a way that we feel like she should be deplatformed based on the way that she looks, then everybody else has to have the same situation. And if we are dealing with a situation where we feel like the policy surrounding harmful content should be around people with weird eating disorders or whatever it was that the terminology that YouTube used, then at the same time we are looking at every single mukbang channel, thin or fat, because that is disordered eating. Nikocado Avocado across 3 channels posts videos of him eating large quantities of food. That is disordered eating. Whether you want to believe that or not, that is disordered eating. Veronica Wang will post videos 3 times a week of her eating large quantities of food, and then every other waking moment on Instagram, all we'll see is this girl working out to try and work off the food that she ate. That is disordered eating. So thin or fat, y'all would all need to be deplatformed. And if we're doing that, then fine, but then use the rules for everybody and not selective. Thank you so much, Ruth, for the $4.99. I really appreciate it. Maria says, loving this live picture. Oh, I miss you so much, Maria. Maria actually came to my baby shower. I love her so much. So glad I got to join for the longest time. Thinking of you. Love you so much. And so, oh, I love you too. I love you too. We need to reconnect because I haven't seen you in forever.
But it also literally just does violate YouTube's own community guidelines. Now to address the Nikocado Avocado situation. You know, I knew even before I posted that video that people were going to intentionally misrepresent what I said, which is why I included this. Again, I think it's extremely important to acknowledge that Nikocado Avocado and people like him, such as like Amberlynn Reed and other people who do these like binge eating content videos online, I don't think that should be normalized. I don't think it's healthy. I don't like to see it. I want to see people being healthy and having a good relationship with their body and with food. But I also think that there is already a lot of information out there about why that behavior is not good. And I think a lot of people sort of downplay the effects that eating have on people.
Okay, I'm seeing in the comment section right now that a lot of people are saying that Nikocado Avocado is so much worse, blah, 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 right? And whilst I understand 100% wholeheartedly what you're talking about, I would consider what he is doing is more harmful than what Eugenia Cooney is doing. She's living her life as a person with anorexia. She's not even showing you what she eats, what it is that she does, tips to stay thin. She doesn't do anything like that. She's not doing anything of that nature at all. All that she's showing you is the things it is that she enjoys in life. And for some bizarre reason, we are now holding her to this ridiculous standard, but yet allowing Nikocado Avocado to sit on his platform every single day, 3 times a fucking day, on all 3 platforms, eat large quantities of food, which is ridiculous amounts of food for any human to eat, period.
And I don't think that that is a responsible or okay thing to do, especially considering some of these immediate dangers to your life that eating can put you in. It's also really disgusting to me that so many people willfully misrepresent what I said and also refuse to listen to the voices of people who said that they were literally directly influenced by Eugenia to look more like Eugenia. These are the exact demographics of people that I and many other creators have tried to protect. But no one chose to listen to them. They just decided to marginalize.
And here is Keemstar in the chat. Hi Keemstar, you have me blocked. How you doing? How you doing, sweetheart?
Their voices and also ignore them in favor of the idea that, oh, Belle said it's okay to look like Nikocado Avocado. Which, no, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that considering how the media portrays people who look like Eugenia versus people who look like Nikocado, I think that there is a very obvious difference in the influence that Eugenia's content is going to have over people. And I think this is largely because of how the media represents people who look like Eugenia. And I don't understand why that's so complex for people to wrap their brains around. Obviously, there are still a lot of problems with Nikocado, and I don't think he's healthy or it's okay to look like that. But I also think that everyone knows that. And I don't really see as many people as influenced by Nikocado as Eugenia. And so when I say Eugenia is more dangerous, that's what I mean. Only that she is more dangerous, but they are both still dangerous.
How are you saying that one is more dangerous than the other? That just makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me. Binge eating disorder is a relevant disorder. Just because it is not relevant or does not trigger you does not mean that it is not an eating disorder. They're all the eating disorders, all of them. Attribute them the same way. They all need to be branded with the same brush. If this is how you feel, I'm not here to dispute how Pastel Belle feels. If this is how she feels, then she needs to brand all of them with the same brush. But what she's doing now is allowing Eugenia Cooney to be dragged based on the way that she's looked, to be quote unquote deplatformed or for a period of time lose her platform for because of the way that she looks. But at the same time, somebody like me who is literally a plus size person is allowed to keep their platform. What makes Eugenia Cooney different to me? I don't make content surrounding the food that I eat and the way that it is that I live my life. I don't make content surrounding those kind of things. So then in my thing, why on earth are we not treating me or any other plus size content creator in the same way that we are treating Eugenia Cooney? Because it's a slippery fucking slope. And when we do that, then we're going to fuck it up for everybody. And I feel like there is an inherent level of fucking privilege that you have being a thinner person who will never ever have to experience being on the outside of all of this. Because if they do that to her, then they're going to have to do that to me. If they do that to me, they're going to have to do it to Tipster. If they do it to Tipster, they're going to have to do it to a bunch of other plus-size content creators. Stella, the plus-size girl with the blonde hair. Dominique White, a plus-size content creator who does plus-size hauls. We're going to have to do that to everyone. Not just Eugenia Cooney.
I never said that Nikocado's content isn't dangerous at all. I just said that Eugenia's Thinspo is a lot more dangerous.
Keem, I don't do call-ins on this stream. I don't know how to do it, so I apologize, but I don't do call-ins.
Because of how the media portrays people who are thin as being much more attractive. And it's pretty obvious if you go back and watch my entire video, not the out-of-context clips taken as the gospel truth, but like actually watch my entire video. Then you'll see the point I was actually trying to make. This creator also tried to use the point that one time another YouTuber stayed with Eugenia for a couple days like 5 or 6 years ago, as if this is proof positive that there cannot be any abuse going on in that house. It is so obvious that when someone has someone staying with them, they're going to put their best foot forward, and they're not going to show any obvious signs of abuse. That does not prove that there is no abuse going on in that situation.
But then I have to sit there and ask you, Pastel Belle, what proof do you have that there is abuse going on in her home? What proof do you have that there is tangible evidence of abuse happening in Eugenia Cooney's home? You are literally just saying this shit into the fucking atmosphere and hoping that people will fucking believe you. Eugenia Cooney is a 27-year-old fucking woman. She is 27 years old. Do you think that at 27 years old, my mom could tell me shit? The fuck she could. The fuck she could. Because I'm a grown adult. I just think it's mad weird that people are doing this to her family too. Mad weird. Jessica Pizzle out here with the super chats. She says, society doesn't actually promote the way that Eugenia looks also. They actually promote the way that Pastel Belle looks. They promote model skinny, not bone skinny. So disingenuous. 100% I agree with you there, hun.
It just means that for a couple days, they have to act like normal people. Like, this isn't really even worth going into. Like, this is so ridiculous, it's barely even a point. Now, about the panties matching the eyeshadow comment that I made in one video one time that they keep bringing up over and over and over again, as if it was the only point that I made in that video. 15 shots.
I'm literally just gonna get rid of the fucking panties thing because the panty scandal is just driving me insane.
Now, I don't even necessarily have a problem with people who post shocking content so long as it's not done at the expense of the safety of their audience who watches them. And in addition to this being already against YouTube's terms of service, I also want to stress that this is, more importantly, extremely dangerous to the minors and adults who are watching her. Now, many of you are probably unaware of this, but there's actually a huge anorexia fetish community online. And well,
okay, this is my time to talk, my time to shine. Are you guys ready? I'm ready. I am ready for my fucking moment to shine. Are you ready? Okay. Hi, I'm Paige, ex-escort, ex-sex worker, ex-dominatrix. How are you all doing? So let me tell you a story about the time that I was paid £500 to eat a KFC bucket. Yes, because guess what? There are feeders within the fat community too. That's fucking crazy. So watching other people eat is also a fetish? Shock fucking horror. Yes. I have a friend of mine who is a plus size porn star who has also been paid, I think it was like £600, £700 to have somebody rub her belly for a fucking hour. I know a guy who paid me and my friends and sent us to the Ritz Hotel in fucking London for 2 nights just so he could sit down and watch us eat, and he funnel fed my friend for £1,000. Okay, and she was a big girl. She was fucking huge, gorgeous but huge. But there are feeders within the plus size community, right? There are people who love to watch people grow, right? Would you not say that they're Nikocado Avocado, Amberlynn Reid, and people who do constant weigh-ins of how much they are gradually putting on is basically giving content to the feeder community, right? They're basically giving money to the feeder community. The feeder community love that shit. They love the weigh-ins. They love to watch you gradually get bigger. That's the shit that fucking turns them on. There is a fetish for everything. Eugenia Cooney is not responsible for some weird grown people's fetish. Period. Period, sis. Period. Oh my goodness. That shit just drove me insane. Like, we don't have a feeder community. The feeder community exists. And they're living and loving the mukbang community. Trust and believe.
While I don't have 100% proof that Eugenia is catering to this community, there is a lot of evidence from people who are very familiar with this, who know so much more about it than I do, that Eugenia might possibly be catering toward the community with certain requests that she takes in videos. I also want to note that there is 100% proof that there are people who are anorexia fetishists who are in Eugenia's own community. And for more information on that, you can check out the Eugenia Cooney subreddit, although you will have to scroll back a little bit. I'm not going to go any deeper into the anorexia fetish aspect of this video, but if you want to see another video that was really well done, that really thoroughly went into it and kind of explained what it was, then I will link a video in the description below done by Herbs and Altars, which was...
Okay, so something that I found out from Xylee Loves Gaming / Xylee Gets Reels channel. A lot of people in the chat basically said that this person, Herbs of Altars, now I can't say whether this is true or not, so just take this as something that Paige heard, right? a lot of people in the chat were basically saying that this person, Herbs of Altars, basically states that body checking isn't something that people do publicly. It's a very private event. With her experience of anorexia and dealing with other people who also have anorexia nervosa. So Belle's claims of her body checking constantly throughout videos doesn't necessarily add up, because that's something that is a very, very private thing for people who suffer with anorexia nervosa. Allegedly, Angela says, feed me or breed me, 2 ways to my heart. Thank you so much. We've also got another super chat over here from Dark Siren. Says, the more people that make assumptions, the more issues Eugenia Cooney may have to face, because their assumptions, she may judge herself even more, and it will lead to the road of self-love. May judge herself even more, will lead to the road of self-love even longer. Is that helping her? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Do you mean that, like, her journey of self-love will be stifled with the more people that judge her? Is that what you're trying to say? And to my husband who just sent me a text message, yes, please. I would appreciate that. Okay, moving on.
Was absolutely amazing and really covered this very thoroughly. Now, the next thing that I want to talk about is probably the most upsetting to me, and that is the fact that I have not only seen people try to trivialize the dangers of thinspo content that Eugenia produces, but I've also seen people try to marginalize the voices of survivors who have come out of her community. You see, there have been a lot of problems in Eugenia's Discord or in her community in general, where there's a lot of predators there. There's a lot of predators that
Okay, so the predator situation should be a completely separate situation from Eugenia Cooney. As in, a sense of, we can attribute that to Eugenia Cooney and deal with the issues that are going on within Eugenia Cooney's community. It has nothing to do with her anorexia nervosa. We just have to make that clear. What it is predators look for vulnerable people, vulnerable adults, and they found vulnerable people, vulnerable adults, vulnerable children within Eugenia Cooney's community. That is an entirely separate situation to what we're dealing with right now, which is what you're asking for, the deplatformation, if not the temporary deplatformation of Eugenia Cooney. That's what you're asking for at this point.
that are looking for kids who any other YouTuber. So why does Eugenia get a pass? Why am I not allowed to criticize that? Eugenia is not just another creator online who has an ED. She weaponizes her ED in the form of thinspo to generate clicks and views on her channel. Regardless of how many times people have informed her that this is actively hurting her community and actively making life worse for people who are trying to recover from their ED, she continues to do it. I also feel like a lot of people are trying to ignore the fact that Eugenia
Cooney continues to make content existing in her body, and people have said that they are triggered by her existing in her body, yet she continues to fucking exist in her body. Can you believe that? That fucking bitch
is, you know, an influencer who influences people.
I can't stand the passive-aggressive tone. The influencer who influences people? Girl.
I feel like a lot of people are like, oh yeah, well, it's not Eugenia's fault that she struggles with an ED, and she can't be held accountable for the fact that she has this mental illness, which is outside of her control, which is true. She has no control over that, and it's not her fault that she has to struggle with this. But I don't see the same charitability towards other people, you know, minors who struggle with an ED, who kind of have no choice to look at it, because there are so many times where people have said, YouTube, do not show me this. I don't want to see this. And they block her content, and
Okay, so not another drama channel. Hello, sweetheart. I love you so much. She basically left the comment just now saying, but even when Eugenia was in recovery, she still did try on holes. No matter where her body is, she still does what she loves to cosplay. Just existing and doing what she loves. Snaps. T, because that's literally all that she's doing. Literally at this point, that's all that she's doing.
YouTube still promotes it, and then it's on the trending page. So how are people supposed to not see this content when it's everywhere? And it's not as if she has the decency to stay in the pro ED community. She also is merging into like the anime and cosplay community. So if you don't want to see the ED stuff, but you still are into like, I don't know, some of the most popular interests online, you're going to have it shoved down your throat every time you open up YouTube. Now, obviously there are a lot of issues with Eugenia's platform.
So if you are interested in the most popular topics online, you're going to have it shoved down your throat every single time via YouTube. Aren't we talking about YouTube's broken system? rather than Eugenia Cooney. Eugenia Cooney also isn't responsible for YouTube's broken system. I will say that when I click, I don't want to see that kind of content, I will see that content creator again in my comments, in my recommended. And that's a broken system. I've already told YouTube I don't want to see that. Yet YouTube are still promoting that kind of content to me. That is YouTube's broken system, not Eugenia Cooney. Dark Siren says it's effectively putting more bumps in the road for her to climb on the road to love herself again. Belle seems a little bit jealous of EC's popularity. I don't necessarily think it's jealousy. What I think it is that Belle is personally triggered by Eugenia Cooney, and because of that, she can't see past anything else. And because of that, she wants everybody to know how triggering Eugenia Cooney can be, which is fine, but she's triggering to you. Because in the same way, like I spoke about earlier, Nikocado Avocado's content could be triggering to people with binge eating disorders, such as me, who when I was dealing with the biggest hump in my binge eating disorder, what did I watch? Nikocado Avocado content, because watching other people eat made me feel good. Do you understand what I mean? So she's glazing over something that might be an issue for other people. Do you understand what I mean? But at the same time, we need to acknowledge and moderate ourselves as individuals. And if you're a minor, your parents should be moderating you. Jessica Pizzle says, another thing, just because Eugenia Cooney pops up in your video feeds doesn't mean that you have to click and watch it. Dan Girl, it says, wait, did she say that she can't show her interest because she has an ED? What the fuck? That's kind of where I'm going with this as well.
There's the Thin Spone Pro Anna stuff, which I've been talking about pretty much the entire time. There's also the number of minors that have been groomed through her community, you know, because predators see the kind of people that Eugenia attracts, and they know that they can be more easily groomed than the average, not mentally ill child. But there's also like so many other issues. And I'm not really going to go super deep into every single problem with Eugenia's content, because I feel like this video would be even longer than it already is. But the most frustrating thing is that YouTube agrees with me. YouTube sees a problem with her content. And the reason I know that, again, is because my video that featured Eugenia's content was removed. It was removed because it violated the harmful and dangerous policy.
Because you graphically discuss somebody else's body.
But Eugenia's own video got to stay up. Now, I want to remind you guys that the video that I had that got removed, it only featured content that I got from Eugenia's channel. And so the video that I made with a bunch of disclaimers about the dangers of like pro Anna stuff, that was taken down for promoting eating disorders. But Eugenia's video that I literally took it from was fine to stay up.
She didn't discuss her weight at all throughout the whole video, or her eating habits, or anything that would attribute to her weight in any capacity.
There is literally no logical explanation for that, aside from, I don't know, maybe we could take a look at our analytics and see how much money my channel is generating for YouTube versus Eugenia's. And I feel like if we did that, the answer would...
Okay, so I had a look at what it was that Pastel Belle had on her channel. Feel free to look at this at your leisure, but her videos on Eugenia Cooney seem to garner quite a lot of success. Some of her videos on Eugenia Cooney's videos have garnered more views than Eugenia Cooney videos themselves. Let's just put that into fucking perspective. A lot of her videos have garnered more views than Eugenia Cooney's videos themselves. We have to acknowledge that, right? So I don't think it's necessarily about views, because equally so, you and Eugenia Cooney who makes the videos, you who reacts to the videos, are making YouTube money, right?
Would become crystal clear. Now, I was pretty suddenly and ridiculously attacked by people for a stance that I've had online publicly for going on a year now, on something that I hadn't spoken about for months, on something that I planned on never speaking about again, and that I publicly said I wasn't planning on speaking about again. So I'm kind of left just very confused at this point. Obviously, every creator has a complete right to disagree with my stance on anything. You can disagree with me all you want. No one has to agree on everything. But this video wasn't just about disagreeing and voicing a different opinion or a different perspective. This was literally a hit piece. This was filled with the worst possible interpretations of what I said, things taken out of context, and it was an attempt to smear my reputation and my name and make it seem like I'm this awful, soulless person who's just doing this for clout or to antagonize a mentally ill woman for no—
Hello, Pot. Have you met the kettle over here? Yeah, I heard she's black. Yeah. I think you guys would be match made in heaven.
No reason. And so I wanted to come on here and just clear the air and just once again reaffirm what my stance is on all of this. Anyone can take a bunch of out-of-context clips and compile them together and spin this, fabricated narrative and try to make it seem like someone's a horrible person. It's very easy to do. However, I do find it really frustrating because I have been very honest about what my stance is regarding this situation the entire time. And I also have only talked about this because this is something that I am extremely passionate about. And even though this is something that really does trigger my own ED and makes my mental health get so much worse, this is still something that I chose to cover only because I wanted to make a difference and I wanted to educate people about the dangers of thinspo, because I wish that that was content that I had seen when I was first getting into it. And so this whole narrative, like I'm just this selfish, soulless person, just this tea channel out to start drama and get clout, or
I don't deny for one second that there was good intentions in the beginning, but I genuinely feel as things progressed, it became more so about villainizing and demonizing somebody who has triggered you. I feel like it became a personal vendetta, in my humble opinion, a personal vendetta because this person personally triggered you.
Out to get attention is so frustrating because the only things I have ever talked about on my channel are things that I genuinely do care about. So if you want to follow this content creator, that's fine. If you want to believe that any woman or LGBT person who comes forward and talks about serious issues is just a tea channel looking for drama, that's fine. If you want to believe that Eugenia is this innocent angel who has never done anything wrong, or hop on the every content creator needs to be held responsible for their actions except for Eugenia train, that's also fine. If you want to marginalize what minors have gone through on her platform with her constant dismissal of grooming victims, that's fine. If you want to pretend that thinspo and pro-Anna content don't exist, that's fine. I'll still believe what I have always believed and what I have believed since day one, and that is something that YouTube actually agrees with me with, based on their own community guidelines. And that's the fact that if content is actively hurting minors, it should be removed or at the bare minimum, age restricted until it is changed. I've said this publicly a million times in the past, and I'll say it again. I want to see Eugenia get better. I actually don't enjoy seeing Eugenia sick like this. It's not really fun for me. And I, like any person with a sense of decency, want to see her make a full recovery. I'm rooting for her. But at the same time, I'm not going to allow Eugenia to just get away with actively harming minors with her constant body checking and her thinspo content. I know that this is having a real negative impact on so many people, not only in her community, but just on YouTube in general. So I'm not going to just ride this wave of ignorance and pretend like Eugenia isn't doing tangible harm to the world. I also just want YouTube—
The world, That's the part that got me going. I was like, not Eugenia causing harm to the world, sis. The world. Not just you, me, the YouTube community. The world. The world, sis. Eugenia Cooney is causing harm to the world. God damn. Fuck these politicians. It's Eugenia Cooney who needs to be stopped.
to hold Eugenia to the same standards they would hold any other content creator to. Because I know for a fact, if I did half of what Eugenia does, my platform would not only be taken away, but I would be canceled by everyone online. And so that's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get accountability, because obviously she is violating YouTube's own community guidelines. And we know this. I think I've proven that time and time again. And so that's all I want. I just want the community to be a safe place for minors, and I also just want people to be held accountable.
Minors should be protected by their parents. Minors should be protected by their parents. It's not up to content creators to look after your fucking kids. You should look after your kids by yourself, 'cause you're a grown fucking adult who should know what your kids are watching and not what they're watching. And make sure that you're having open discussion open with your children, so that you are discussing all the perils of social life and the world and everything that it pertains. It is up to the motherfucking parents. Why are we trying to make things safe for minors? And it's not up to us as content creators to make things safe for the fucking minors. It is up to the adults. Oh my God.
If they're violating TOS. I also do genuinely hope that if she does get temporarily removed from YouTube for violating TOS, that she's—
Bingo. There we have it. Temporarily removed. That's what she wants. Temporarily removal. She doesn't want to lose everything, but she wants temporary removal of Eugenia Cooney. I just think that would spiral somebody into the worst kind of depression. If somebody took my job away, and I'm not somebody who suffers in that same degree, right? I've got my own depression and my own fucking demons, but I don't suffer in that same way. If somebody took my job away, I think I would not be able to cope. I would be in a dangerous negative place. And for all intents and purposes, I would say that I'm more mentally stable at this moment than Eugenia Cooney.
Is able to get the help that she needs, that she deserves, so that she can thrive as a person. Because no one deserves to be suffering with an ED. And even though I am very critical of her, this is not a hate video. I don't hate Eugenia. This is not me trying to cancel her. And even though I know she is pretty much incapable of responding to constructive criticism, and she's just going to write me off as another hater, I don't hate Eugenia, and I do want to see her get better. And I want to see her, like, you know, be a happy person. I'm also...
You want to see her get better on your time frame. Right? This is what it boils down to. She wants to see Eugenia get better on her time frame. Eugenia Cooney has to get there herself. So the same way that you were able to come out of your ED on your time frame, I'm sure there's times that your friends, your family, the people close to you were pleading, please, please get help. But you didn't want to do it. And it had to wait to that moment that you thought, you know what? I think it's time. So what you want is Eugenia to get help, but on your time frame. Eugenia will get help in her own time. And if she doesn't get help, it'll be a very, very sad situation. But she's a grown adult who has to make their own decisions. You can't force your own time frames on other people. You can't. None of us can. It's like, trigger warning again, I'm going to talk about domestic violence. It's like your friend. She's getting beat on by this guy, right? Every single day you see her, she's got a black eye, something horrible's happened to you. You sit there and you say, girl, please, please get away from him. She's not going to do that until she's ready on her time frame. And you can plead with her until the cows come home, but until it's time for her to leave, until she says enough is enough, then that's when she's going to move. That's when she's going to leave. You can't make that decision for them. You can't. You can't make that decision for them.
I'm going to use this video as an opportunity to just say that I am going to be leaving commentary. Yes, that's right. Females can do commentary too. It's not just tea, just because I'm a female.
Okay, so at this point, she sits down and says that she's going to leave the commentary community. She's going to be doing politics. Politics is horrible. I only have to sniff the word Trump and people are in my comment section saying, Trump is amazing. Fuck you, Paige. So literally, like, I don't even know why you're going there. So we've seen what Pastel Belle has said. We've seen what Millie Mac has said. So let's go over to the screenshots real quick. Okay, so then we've already seen what Belle's response is, so let's take a look at what Repzilla's response is. So Repzilla said, I understand that there is a lot of negativity being directed to me at this time. I would appreciate it if members of my community wouldn't engage. This isn't something that I condone. I understand that you want to protect me, and I thank you for it. Thank you. I'm doing fine, I promise. Right? Good. I'm glad that somebody's honing in on our community and understands what it is that the community is doing, because not a lot of content creators do that. They literally just sit there and go, oh, my community isn't doing anything. Like, no, sometimes they are. Okay. Next one is, this is where Repzilla doubles down for me. And this is where he says, Eugenia Cooney has shared a very obvious pro-Anna account with her followers on Instagram. Maybe she only saw the compliment. Maybe she was in a hurry. Regardless, I feel like she needs to be more careful about what she promotes, as they are now using the traffic to promote. thoughts. So this is the stuff that it is, and I'll show you the screenshot. So this is one from this Nothing to Fear But Food Itself. Not a great name for a page at all. And it says, Eugenia Cooney mentioned me in her story. Thank you so much. And this is the page. They post like pro-Anna content, showing the followers. Nothing there says that it's Eugenia Cooney, so I suppose that's fine. Follow my backup and showing, you know, because people have obviously clicked on this page for further info on how to be pro-Anna. Now, then we have a message from Redskii. Now, if you don't know who Redskii is a person who made a video on Repzilla showing all of his previous controversies. And this is what Redskii had to say. So he said, okay, so since we're on the topic of ED again, why is there a conversations like this going on in your Discord server? Stop holding people to standards that you clearly can't hold yourself. So somebody in the venting support section of Repzilla's Discord said this. And this is trigger warning from the jump, by the way. They said, I'm getting upset. Recently, I've pretty much stopped eating altogether, kind of. I consume around 500 calories a day, disordered eating, because my entire life has just become me counting calories. So I barely eat anything. And if I do, it's very small. Last night, my mom made these weird things for dinner. They're pretty good, but I can't bring myself to eat a full one. So I cut a small piece off and then I eat that when I get hungry and then just drink water until the night hits. So I go out to the kitchen, see the fridge and cut a piece off and then stick the rest it back in there like I usually do. I feel like if you're saving something, hold on. Right, okay, I'm being told to warn the chat about bullying. Please, let's not bully people in the comments. We're not out here to do this. I want this to be a clean and respectful chat. So if you guys are doing stuff like that, please stop. I do not condone, I disavow. Please do not do that in my chat. And if you are, I will implore my moderators to remove people for bullying and or harassment, regardless of who you are, regardless of what your platform is, okay? Okay. So, cut a piece off and then stick the rest back in there like I usually do. I feel like if you're saving something for somebody, then you should tell the other people in the house, because now she's yelling at me for being fat and selfish for taking something that was being saved for somebody else when she never tells me anything. On top of this, she knows that I'm trying my damn best to lose weight and I'm already down 10 pounds, and she thinks that calling me fat is going to help, because guess who's fighting the urge to binge? Then somebody called Sinful Sweet Persona basically said, I find that completely toxic. I would point out that you're trying to lose weight, and if she doesn't want you to eat something, then she needs to say so before it becomes a problem either to you. So basically what Redskii is trying to show here is that in his Discord, there have been members of his Discord who have shown disordered eating, and the community have come together to, you know, trying to help them and all that kind of stuff. Discord service is so great in a way that it's able to wrap people in like this love blanket when things happen within the community that you've cultivated. And I don't necessarily think that Sinful Sweet Persona was trying to do anything bad, but at the same time, I feel like we've just completely glazed over the fact that 500 calories a day is an insanely small amount of food to be able to eat. You know what I mean? So a part of me is just kind of like, this right here is something that's happened in his community. Now, from what I know of Repzilla, from what I've been told, shall I say, Repzilla has now since got rid of his Discord server altogether. But there is a standard of which that he clearly wasn't upholding for himself that I feel like is a point of reference when we're talking about people's communities not upholding certain standards. She promoted a pro-Anna website or pro-Anna content creator online without thinking about it, probably didn't even see the name or whatever, and he had like disordered eating content on his Discord as well, and I feel like that also is a fair comment to make. So that's what happened over on there as well. So my question is to you guys before I go into anything else any further, because obviously we're going to take a quick look at Willy Mac's most recent video. My question is to you guys, and I haven't asked you guys any questions yet, so I do apologize, but my question to you guys at this moment is, do you believe that Pastel Belle had honest and truthful intentions regarding Eugenia Cooney? Do you think they were trying to be honest and truthful? As in the intent. We're not talking about the impact. We're talking about the intent behind what they say. So we're going to have a poll come up on the screen. Just want to remind you guys that we're not going to have bullying in the chat under any circumstances, regardless of what your platform is. If you are being mean, if you are being rude, if you are being disrespectful, you will be timed out just like every other member. Okay, because we're not going to have this over here. We're going to be fair to everybody. Hold up. That's my stream manager right there, my husband. It's like, the laptop died. So I apologize for that. Okay, so we're going to wait for that poll to come up for you guys. So that poll's going to come up very, very shortly. We're going to go into Willy Mac's response. So Willy Mac did end up posting another video earlier today. I live for the video. It's very well made. Hashtag apologize to Eugenia Cooney. Hashtag commentary. Hashtag Willy Mac show. And the video title is called Eugenia Cooney and Belle Aubrey, When Caring Becomes Hate. T-channel audit. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, #1 T channel here, and my god, for 30,000 views, we had a hell of an impact. We put thousands of eyes on a situation that's been reported wrong for nearly a year now. Eugenia Cooney was given a much needed voice. She even thanked us.
I did see the Willy Mac video that he made about me, and honestly, I thought it was a really, really good video. I just really appreciate the fact that, like, there's someone out there that will look at things from, like, a different stance and not just kind of blindly listen to so many lies that have been made out about me by, like, some of these, like,
Okay, drama alert. Keemstar, whoever it is, dude, I don't know how to allow people to call in. I'm not a streamer. I'm new to this gig. Like, please educate me, because I don't know. I think I've only had a call in once, and that was on a completely different system to what we're running on now. We've got, like, a completely different setup. So if you want to help us this out, let me know, but I don't know how to let you call in.
Channels and just some of these really false narratives that get so presented as, like, facts. And, you know, I just thought he did a really, really good job just kind of, like, showing things in such a more, like, accurate, like, truthful way.
Eugenia Cooney is referring to conspiracies and lies that creators like Pastel Belle have pushed. These conspiracies range from framing her parents as abusive to the color of her underwear, and even though Belle admits she doesn't know Eugenia personally.
And I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm an expert or I know Eugenia, because I don't. She's a stranger online that I have never met.
It doesn't stop her from claiming things as fact when the evidence provided is unsubstantial at best. She takes a positive caption on one of Eugenia's photos and twists it in the worst way possible.
Attached to this photo, she has a caption that says, "What you think about yourself is more important than what others think of you." So in this photo, it seems like on the surface, it's about, like, positivity and self-love and...
Okay, I'm just going to speak to my stream manager right now. So if I'm just going to let this video play, but I'll just let you know that I am listening and I will be giving my commentary intermittently. I'm just going to speak to my stream manager real quick to see if we can do something about trying to get Keemstar on, because apparently he needs to be on.
self-care and things like that, which are great and wonderful things. However, I have a hard time believing that this caption is about loving yourself and wanting to take care of yourself, because clearly she is not taking care of herself.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Eugenia Cooney can't even write a positive message without Belle villainizing her.
Despite the facade of doing makeup tutorials, cosplay, and clothing haul videos, what Eugenia Cooney is really pushing is thinspo and a very dangerous pro-Anna agenda that is actively harming not just herself, but vulnerable young fans in her community. Eugenia Cooney is 100% doing this. You can see it in her thumbnails, you can see it in her Instagram posts, you can see it in the Twitter posts, you can see it pretty much everywhere that she posts online.
She's 100% doing that. 100%. Are we sure about that? Belle, your only evidence is Eugenia writing a positive message on Twitter and thumbnails where you add a giant red arrow pointing towards her as if that proves anything. Belle, she makes videos on clothing and fashion. You could do this to anybody who makes that kind of content. When I called Belle out for these ridiculous conspiracies, it was not surprising, much like Angelica Oles before her, to see her double down without addressing any of the criticisms made towards her. And to top it all off, she starts making up conspiracies about me. She thinks I'm getting paid by Eugenia's mom or something.
Like, if I didn't know any better, I would have thought this creator was getting paid to do this because of the amount of vitriol that he had towards me in the video.
Oh.
Okay, this whole payroll situation needs to die a very, very slow and painful death online. Please let the payroll die. Please, for the love of God, let the payroll die. Not everybody is getting paid by other influencers or people. Oh my goodness. If I was I would think that he was getting paid. Like, really? Really, we're going to perpetuate that narrative that is always spun on ourselves? Let's not.
This video is so salt. I am very excited. Her video is titled My Response and Why YouTube Agrees With Me. They definitely don't, but we'll get to that. She starts off criticizing me for not being fair to her.
This was not an objective critique or audit as he was trying to frame it. This was literally a hit piece meant to smear me as much as he possibly could.
Does Belle show any examples for how I smeared her or how I was being dishonest? No, of course not. Just like her entire YouTube channel, she doesn't bring any receipts. My video
Okay, Keem, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my stream manager. He'll be under my name as Petty Page on here. He's going to speak to you about how to get onto my Discord, and then I can jump onto my Discord and speak to you directly, okay?
Follows a clear pattern of letting Belle give her arguments, followed by me giving my arguments. It's the only fair way to make a video on someone. You let them speak. In Belle's 30-minute response to me, I only appear in it one time, and it's to say that I hate women and hate LGBT.
Now, if you look at this clip from his video, what do you notice about every content creator on the screen right now? They're all either a woman or they're LGBT.
You can get that from this image? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know any of these people's sexual orientation. They were just the first ones that popped up when I typed in Gabby Hanna. The whole point of this slide was to show this.
Hello, Rich Lux. Look at me screen. Look at me doing this with you right in the top hand corner.
I'm just making a goof that all the T channels are obsessed with Gabby Hanna.
So, let me get this straight. If you talk about current events on YouTube, then you're a T channel. Well, as long as you're LGBT or a woman. But if you're a straight guy, then it's just commentary, bro.
When a T channel says rotten stuff about Gabby or the commentary guys, it's okay. We could take it.
When a T channel says rotten stuff about Gabby or the commentary guys, it's okay. We could take it.
Did she just leafy me? Well played, Belle. She acts like I invented the term T channel to use as a slur. I didn't. It's how these creators describe their own content.
We're into the hot tea.
Another tea to spill.
As a tea channel.
When spilling the tea. Some hot tea.
This channel's name is Tea Spill. Here for the tea. What determines if you're a T channel or not is simply who you cover. If you talk about makeup drama or Gabby Hanna or Jeffree Star, that would make you a T channel. That's why I've been referring to myself as a T channel since covering Gabby Hanna. Belle framing me as a woman-hating homophobe because I use the term
Keemstar, just to let you know, hold up. Just to let you know, we're going to do it through my Discord, but just to let you know, we have a dual PC setup. And my husband says for some reason it won't work because I won't be able to hear you and all that kind of stuff. So it literally will be you just on loudspeaker on my phone. That's the only way I can do it over here until we get that set up.
The most mean-spirited bad faith arguments I've seen online. Bad faith arguments based on conspiracies is Belle's brand.
If you want to believe that any woman or LGBT person who comes forward and talks about serious issues is just a T channel looking for drama, that's fine.
Gabby Hanna is not a serious issue. Don't drag the LGBT community down with the sinking ship that is your argument. I criticized you, not for your sexuality, but for who you are as a person, and you have it on full display right now. This next part is hilarious.
I also find it really funny because Sloan literally uses his platform. He is brave enough to use his platform to call out some of the most prolific predators on YouTube and in Hollywood. So how dare you call Sloan and reduce his content to just being tea?
Bro, he literally cited a tarot card reading as proof that Eugenia's parents are abusive.
I do want to hear what the psychic says about the dad because period poo, you can't change the stars.
How dare I question this guy? He seems very credible. Belle is defending Sloan for something that Sloan himself knows was wrong. Since I've made my criticisms of him, he has since privated his Eugenia Cooney.
I think it's quite interesting that he has also privated his Eugenia Cooney video in relation to all of this. I feel like it is also a very, very fair commentary that looking at tarot readings isn't necessarily truth, because there's a lot of people who don't believe in tarot readings.
Video. Why? Because it's embarrassing. If he's exposing real predators like you say, and meanwhile he's citing a tarot card reading as proof, it's not a good look. It hurts his credibility. Belle reverts to a lot of whataboutisms when trying to debunk my video. It's a logical fallacy used to divert the conversation to an unrelated topic. For example, I give a simple timeline of events that includes Katy Morton. Of course it does. She's a major character. Belle responds with, well, what about the BetterHelp scandal she was in? What about it? How does that relate to the conversation? I criticize Sloan for using tarot cards to determine that Eugenia's parents are abusive. Belle in turn brings up Sloan's other content that has nothing to do with Eugenia. What about it? How does it relate to the conversation? She brings up how I called D'Angelo Wallace a douchebag 2 years ago.
You literally called
I too am not a big fan of D'Angelo Wallace either.
D'Angelo Wallace, of all people, the biggest douchebag on the internet.
What about it? How the fuck does it relate to the conversation? She'll never say because it doesn't. When I called Belle out for her terrible coverage of Eugenia Cooney for the past year, she responded with, well, you made your video too late and Willy, you followed me on Twitter.
But what I find really weird is he followed me on Twitter a few months ago and I've had the same stance publicly this entire time.
I know I followed you to keep up with your bullshit. You are spewing it constantly.
Not only that I've had the same stance publicly, but that I haven't been talking about Eugenia recently. My last video on her was back in August.
It's October. That's only like 2 months.
Why, Anne Ward? The reason that I'm not a big fan of D'Angelo Wallace is I find him obnoxious. But I too acknowledge that I myself am obnoxious. So, I don't know. But I'm just not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of him at all. I've said this a billion times on... I feel like it, like people are saying, oh, it's a part of his character. And I'm like, yeah, that's cute, but not for me. It's not my kind of thing.
Months ago. Belle, I know it takes you only 30 minutes to make a 30-minute video, but the rest of us actually put effort and research into our shit. It takes time.
Keemstar, does that mean that you've now like unblocked me? This is a moment in time. I appreciate that. Oh, I know that Keem hates me. I don't know why he wants to be here.
Trust me, if I knew you were doing this, I would have said something a lot sooner.
But even before that, my last video on Eugenia was back in May. I think it was May 5th specifically. So my last video on Eugenia was in August, and before that it was in May. It's now October.
Oh guys, we were too late. Belle says she's done slandering the anorexic girl. Looks like we gotta let her just get away with it. She has an entire video criticizing Shane Dawson for stuff he did over 10 years ago. I think I can hold you accountable for the narratives you put.
Okay, so we have Keemstar on the line. So we're gonna do this, I guess. I don't know whether to be scared or worried. Fuck. Hello? A sec, hold on. I'm just going to put you on loudspeaker. Give me 1 second. Hello, what's the tea?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can the stream hear me? If the stream can hear me, type a 1 in the chat. I just want to make sure the stream can hear me clearly.
Can the stream hear you clearly?
This is weird. Why couldn't you just go on Discord on your computer? Wouldn't that just play through?
Because I've got a dual computer setup over here. I don't have like a computer powerful enough to do one thing. So I've got two computers, and apparently my husband says it's a whole different situation for two computers.
All good, all good, all good. Okay, I don't even remember why I blocked you. I remember it had something to do with like you were feeding information to reporters that were trying to ruin the entire YouTube space.
Okay.
I don't remember the details. Listen, a brain injury. Like if someone gets a brain injury, is it possible that they would have memory loss? Is that possible? Memory loss with a brain injury?
I'm not a doctor. I can't tell you.
Of course, but like, come on. Like you get a brain injury, it is possible to have memory loss. Like, I mean, it's all around. Like it's in movies. Somebody bumps their head and they forget who they are, right? Like
Okay,
that's
yeah, amnesia is a thing.
Right? Well, all I'm saying is Repzilla, right?
Yeah.
He had a brain injury, right? And I think maybe he has some memory loss because I think when Onision was uploading videos going after Eugenia Cooney, Repzilla was uploading videos saying, Onision was bullying Eugenia Cooney. And now we've gone full circle. Repzilla is sitting here bullying Eugenia Cooney, saying that she's somewhat of a villain, saying that, she's posting blue butterflies to signal to the other skinny people of the world. How do we even take this guy serious? How many bad takes has Repzilla had?
In my personal opinion, there have been several bad takes that I'm not a big fan of when it comes to Repzilla. I do implore people, if they do have the time, to take a look at Redskii's video, because I think it kind of details the way it is that I think about Repzilla. He's not my most favorite person in the world, but at the same time, he's a content creator just like everybody else, and, not above criticism like everybody else.
Yeah, I don't know, Repzilla, he's a weird one, right? He even forgot the age of a child and the age of an adult. He uploaded a video saying Keemstar is dating a 20-year-old child.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that title either. To be honest, I'm going to be honest with you, Keem. I got literally dragged on the internet because I was like, I don't understand why everybody is making videos about Keemstar dating somebody who is above the age of 18. I didn't understand it. And Angelica Oles echoed that. And then people were like, you guys are just flip-flopping and blah, blah, blah. But no, we just kind of saw it for what it was. But we also have to add into the equation that over here in the UK, the age of consent is 16. So for that reason, we don't see it as weird, not even in the fucking slightest in comparison to the US.
Let's really think about this, right? Shane Dawson goes down, all right? Jeffree Star goes down, all right? You got James Charles goes down. There is a lot of middle-aged women that watch true crime all day long, right? And they're thirsting for someone to cancel, right? It's an army of Karens. And you got, this Belle Aubrey, and you got, Repzilla. You got these channels that are trying to feed these middle-aged women, right? They got to give them someone so they can feel better about themselves to cancel, right? And so it's boiled down to Eugenia Cooney. She's the perfect one. She's skinny, right? And they're talking to a bunch of overweight ladies in their 30s saying, look, she's bad, she's skinny. I mean, that's what's really going on here. There's a bloodthirst for someone to cancel, and we can't figure out who to do it. So that's why Eugenia Cooney is the next target. And that's dead ass. You want to call me a bully, you want to say that I'm mean or whatever, that's what's really going on.
No, I respect your opinion. You're 100% entitled to your opinion, Keem. But my issue with this situation isn't necessarily that. Isn't necessarily people going after the tea community. Isn't necessarily people bringing full-fledged, full-fleshed opinions on this situation. I agree mostly, like you've seen in the stream so far, with Willy Mac. My issue with all of this, for me personally, is the fact that Eugenia Cooney is the victim of something much bigger than what these people are discussing. And because of that, I feel like that her personal situation might get worse due to what these people are doing. Is that something that you can agree with?
I know. I personally talked to Eugenia Cooney for years. Like, I've known her for years. And, you know, sometimes one time we even had a joke about it. Like, I lost a lot of weight, but I was much heavier a couple years ago, and I was starting my training. For like a joke, you know, I asked Eugenia Cooney it would be cool if I announced her as my personal trainer. I thought it was funny. She thought it was funny, and I did it, right? Any other time, you know, that we've, you know, talked about her getting healthy or whatever, she ghosts me. So it's like, the internet needs to understand that you can do nothing to help Eugenia Cooney. You are on the internet.
Yeah.
The only one that's going to help Eugenia Cooney is someone in her personal life. So when you see videos made about her from literally anyone saying, we need to save Eugenia Cooney, and I'm guilty of it in the past, right? I covered it on Drama Alert, because, you know, this Eugenia Cooney story, and we need to save Eugenia Cooney, now it's we need to ban Eugenia Cooney. There's been waves of this. This is like the third wave where the internet's kind of come together and started talking about Eugenia Cooney. But people need to understand the videos on her are not going to help. All right. Banning her is not going to help.
I agree.
Anyone's opinion online is not going to help. It has to be someone in her personal life. It's sad, but we need to acknowledge the fact that nobody online can do anything.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it's something that's a personal journey for her, and only she can get herself out of this situation. And I feel like the only thing that we can do as a community is embrace her with love and care, not try and deplatform and take the small little joys it is that she has in her life. That's how I feel.
I heard you argue that Nick Avocado is actually more dangerous because he's going on camera and he's feeding himself with a bunch of food and stuff. But let's be honest, right? People have a right to be fat. If you want to be fat and you want to pile food in your face, you have every right to do it.
100%. But what I was trying to really draw the comparison of is the way that she's supposed to be, quote unquote, glorifying anorexia. I feel like if we were going to look at somebody glorifying obesity, then he would fit the parameters more so of that than Eugenia Cooney glorifying anorexia just simply by living in her very small body.
No. One thing that's good that came out about this Eugenia Cooney story is a lot of these bad actors have been called out, right? Cancel culture has hit a peak to the point where we are trying, or people are trying, not we, people are trying to ban a very sick girl. That's how bad it's got.
Yeah.
We need to take a step back from hitting up the sponsors, having YouTube step in and ban people. We need to take a step back from all of that, because all that does is it creates a bunch of content creators that no longer give their opinion. I don't care. I own my own companies. I'm sponsored by companies that don't care what I do. They're not going to drop me. I don't care. I'm financially set for life. You can't cancel me by going after one of my sponsors or whatever. That's not going to work. None of that's going to work. I don't care. But the problem is that is the atmosphere online of going after sponsors, trying to get people banned or deplatformed. And because of that, we have a whole YouTube community of people that are walking around like a commercial 24/7. They're walking around like an ad read 24/7. You got fake YouTubers.
I agree to a certain degree, because I've had situations happen with me. People don't agree with my opinions. People don't agree with what some of the things it is that I'm saying on social media, and because of that, people have then turned around and basically said that, like, you know, I shouldn't have certain sponsors. And I've had sponsors drop me. I've had people drop me. I've made my sponsorship drops be extremely public when it does happen, because it's something that does happen to us content creators. But at the same time, I just kind of feel like we are now getting to this point where there isn't any raw, true, honest commentary, and people are scared to give raw, true, honest commentary because we now have to give a sanitized version of it. And I feel like sometimes people fall into the hole that I feel like Repzilla's in, and this is just my personal, not Repzilla, sorry, Repzilla is in, which is my personal opinion, where Repzilla now is just trying to appease his audience rather than giving his real opinion on things.
Well, how often is the entire hate mob wrong? all right? Think about it. They cancel James Charles, right? The hate mob cancels James Charles. He's done. He loses 3 million subs, right? And then they're like, oh, wait, he's actually innocent. And then, oh, wait, he's actually guilty a couple years later.
Yep.
I mean, you're wrong.
Yep.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You're going through and you're trying to get somebody fired at their job, get them deplatformed. You don't know if you're right. You don't know. Like, how many times have you been wrong? Look at all the pain and suffering and how boring.
Honestly, on my
right
platform, I can honestly say I was only ever wrong about one thing. I assumed that Jeffree Star tried to take down one of my videos, and it actually ended up being one of my friends in my personal circle who was actually trying to take down one of my videos. That's the only thing that I've ever been wrong about, and that's the only thing that I've ever had to do a public retraction for. When it came to the Gabby Hanna situation, I would say, extremely unbiased. I didn't make a video on that and said that, her apology was fantastic and great, and what else does everyone want from her? Her fucking blood. I made a video about that. I made a video to do with James Charles, and even in the James Charles, when it was at the height, when everybody was calling him a predator, I was not comfortable saying that until we had tangible proof. Do you understand what I mean? And now I feel a little bit more comfortable calling him a predator because some of the stuff he's doing is fucking mad weird and whack. Do you understand what I mean? So as far as I'm concerned, I won't say anything until I feel like there's tangible proof of such. And I feel like there's various people on the internet now who are being villainized because there is this massive mob mentality that is happening. And I hate to fucking agree with you because I can't stand you, but I fucking agree with you.
Let me ask you a question. How long have you been a YouTuber?
Seriously, for 5 years.
Okay, so you were around during the time where if somebody went after another YouTuber's sponsors, that person was bad. If an influencer, if a YouTuber said, hey, we need to cancel this person, we need to go after their sponsors or something, that was like bad. Like if you did that, you were an enemy of everyone because you are basically doing something that will affect everyone. You go after James Charles sponsors, right? Now that sponsor isn't going to work.
I've never gone after a single person. Me personally, I don't go after people's sponsors. I don't give a fuck about your sponsors. I give a fuck about you as an individual. I give a fuck about you as in your integrity as a content creator. I do not give a fuck about your sponsors. Who chooses to look after you is none of my fucking business, because we're all out here trying to get a bag as far as I'm concerned. And, being on the receiving end as well, having my sponsors, dip and move away from me because of a controversy that I've been involved in isn't very great. We're all humans. We're all out here trying to make a bag. So as far as I'm concerned, going after people's sponsors is the lowest of the low that you can do, because you're then affecting their, long-term payments, because especially as content commentators here, a lot of us, we have content that just doesn't get, monetized, demonetized, up for review, age restricted. We get hit with so many things constantly that we kind of become somewhat dependent on our sponsors. And I really am very grateful for the sponsors who have stuck with me regardless of what controversy it is that I've been in. But at the same time, I understand why people want people to not have any sponsors, but at the same time, it's up to you not to buy into that influencer. You then have to take a responsibility as an individual and then say, I don't like this person. I think they're fucked up. For that reason, I'm not going to buy into them. I'm not going to watch their content. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. But you have to make that decision on your own instead of forcing a company or a major conglomerate to make that decision for you, because they're just there to do what they do, which is to promote their products.
Well, I just want to say that it's very easy as an audience member to hear this conversation and come to the conclusion, these YouTubers, they're so blessed, they're making so much money, they just care about the money, and that's why he's bringing up the sponsors thing. No, it is your entertainment. I swear it is your entertainment. I swear I've been a YouTuber for 13 years, and back in the day, it was non-stop entertainment. You would go to youtube.com and you'd be glued to the thing for hours and hours and hours. And now everything is boring. Everything is boring. You want to know why? Because you went after the sponsors. You went after the money. You went and canceled everyone for every little thing. To the point where TikTokers are being canceled for the stupidest stuff. Like, remember when the D'Amelios got canceled because they spit out food?
Yeah.
You guys ruined it by canceling the people and by going after the sponsors. Now you have a boring life. And listen, you need drama. You need bad guys. You need good guys. It is the basic.
No, it's not necessarily needing bad guys.
Every single Disney movie has a bad guy. Every single imagine the Avengers, right? Where Thanos and whatever his name is, Iron Man, they sit there and just dab it up. That's the movie? Really? That's the movie you want to watch? Go all the way back to the Bible. It's got drama in it. You need drama, all right? You're killing it by making everyone shut up and be a commercial.
Here's the thing. We don't necessarily need the bad guy. What we need is unsanitized commentary. I was one of the few people within the drama community who did not stand the deplatformation of Leafy, purely because I feel like if we get rid of Leafy, we're setting especially with no reason, we set a precedence for anyone to be deplatformed across the whole of the commentary community. And people are like, well, Leafy was terrible. Leafy was bad. Leafy said this. Leafy said the N-word. And I agree. Leafy was like a piece of shit. Whatever. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge that we need unsanitized commentary. We need to be able to say what it is. YouTube at this very moment in time, with their policies and procedures, as well as the community surrounding YouTube, as well as people going after people's sponsors, and sanitizing YouTube to a certain point now where biased commentary or commentary which is just free flowing doesn't exist anymore. We are now having sanitized commentary, and I've made a conscious change, especially within like the past 5 or 6 months here on my channel, no longer to allow myself to be sanitized by what the entire public think. And if I feel some kind of way, I feel some kind of way. If I want to say something, I'm going to say something. Even if nobody agrees with me, I'm going to stand steadfast in truth. And I feel like we should all, even the commentary bros, accept the fact that people feel differently. But we can't constantly go after each other's livelihoods.
Well, the best analogy I have for it is when there's a riot and, people go out and riot and they burn down or tear down their own communities in which they live with. They wake up and they're living in rubble, Like, that's what's going on online, is there's a riot online and you're tearing down the entertainment that, you claim to enjoy. It's being destroyed, and I'm watching it happen every single day. And look, we absolutely Repzilla is in the chat, and he's basically saying that he never called Onision out for going after Eugenia Cooney. I don't know about that. I remember him making multiple videos on Onision, and I remember there was a big thing where people were calling Onision a bully for going after Eugenia Cooney. I'm pretty sure Repzilla went after it, but if he said he didn't, who knows? We'll have to bring him up here and see if he's got some receipts for that. But I'm pretty sure he did. Could be wrong, but I mean, Repzilla made 1,000 videos on Onision, and I'm pretty sure he was one of these channels that was basically saying, he's a criminal, he's going to jail, he's going to be arrested, and da-da-da. And none of that was true either. That was all just BS.
Yeah. I don't really necessarily know too much about the Onision thing. After Onision went for my channel, he claimed several videos at the same time, back in the time when if you did a claim of 3 videos in one go, that you could literally take somebody's channel down. It's not the same rules anymore, but back in those days, and I stopped talking about Onision altogether, and I stopped watching the content because he was really affecting my channel. So I don't make Onision content at all, so I can't really speak to the Onision thing. But in terms of this Eugenia Cooney thing, what do you think is the best case scenario? What do you want for Eugenia Cooney? What do you think the community can do to help Eugenia Cooney?
This is so sad, but really the community can do nothing. Everybody online is helpless. It's just helpless. You know what I mean? If somebody breaks their leg, right, in your family, what can anyone online do? Maybe raise money? They're not going to go put a cast on your leg. They're not going to fix your broken leg. Got to be someone in the real world that does that. And that's exactly what's going on with Eugenia Cooney. Nobody saying, hey, I love you, please help yourself online is going to help her. People saying she needs to be canceled isn't going to help her. Nothing is going to help that girl. Nobody online can do anything.
Right, okay. So do you think it should just be a situation where the commentary people who claim to want to help her should just stop?
I mean, it's just It's so sad. She's like, dude, I can't believe how heartless this has gotten. When you watch that Belle Aubrey video, it's so mean. It's just so mean. Like,
I think the only reason, Akeem, I think the only reason it comes across mean is because Belle was personally triggered by her. I think this is a personal thing because she was personally triggered. She suffers with an eating disorder herself. She was personally hurt for her. So then I feel like her vitriol towards it was only because she was personally affected. Hence why when I was speaking earlier about her glazing over the fact that there is eating disorders outside the perils of anorexia nervosa, such as binge eating disorder, and people that we could equivalate to having binge eating disorder on the platform that she doesn't seem to be so concerned about, she just, it just completely was glazed over. I feel like this is just a situation where she was personally hurt by something. I don't necessarily feel like it was like something that was done in bad faith. I think it became bad faith as time got on.
Look, I'm trying to stop myself from saying something really mean, so I'm just gonna boil it down to just this. Belle Aubrey, I don't think she has an eating disorder. I'm gonna say, I said it, that's all I'll say. I can't say any more on it, but I don't think she has an eating disorder. I don't. If I were to guess, I would say no eating disorder. You can't say why, because that's gonna put me into a corner where I have to comment on her physical appearance.
We were just having a conversation about unsanitized commentary. So if you're gonna say something like that, I'd like to hear your unsanitized thoughts about it.
Well, you can't really talk about somebody's physical appearance, in a bully type of way, so I'm not going to do that. I just don't believe her that she has an eating disorder.
Okay, well, that's interesting. I can't really speak for whether somebody has an eating disorder or not. Even with Tess Holliday saying that she has anorexia nervosa, I was like, I can't really say whether she does or doesn't. I'm not a doctor. But I understand slightly where you're coming from, but at the same time, I just don't think it's probably our place to say something like that.
No, I think there's many people that claim to have an eating disorder, claim to I'm trying to stop myself. I think people.
What you're trying to say? Can I just
say that for attention?
Do you think there's a lot of people who self-diagnose, is what you're saying?
Self-diagnose, and then also, like, you say something like that, and then you automatically make yourself a victim. You automatically get support, right? If I were to tweet out, I'm depressed, I don't feel good, I'm instantly going to get people to say, I love you, man. Take care of yourself. And we do.
You have no heart at all, do you, bro? Like, there's no heart in there at all.
There's no heart in me?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I have empathy and I have heart.
Do you?
I do. It's just there's too many scammers. There's a lot of scammers online. The problem is we don't know. She very well could have an eating disorder. We don't know.
Yeah, I feel like that's the approach we should be taking.
I would say no.
Okay. Well, I will say that Keemstar, the owner of Dramala, does not have any medical credentials. So for that reason, we are not saying on this channel particularly that Belle Aubrey does not have an eating disorder. I think she could very much well have an eating disorder. We don't know. It's not really something
I think she could too, but if I had to guess, I would say, nah, I don't think so. I mean, if you had to guess, let's put it on you, right?
Yeah.
You have to guess. She does or she doesn't. What do you do?
Me, I would say that she could very well have an eating disorder. I can't really say.
No. You have to pick one.
Because then I would have to then look at her and based on the way that she looks, make a decision on whether she has an eating disorder. And by that point, then I would have to judge every single other YouTuber who is overweight or underweight based upon the way that they look, whether they have an eating disorder or not. Do I think that she may have a bad faith argument? That's a different question. But if we are saying that whether she has an eating disorder or not, that's not something for me to be able to say yes or no to or give the tea on until I know without a shadow of a doubt that it's the truth.
Well, here, look, man. I started dating a 20-year-old girl, and everyone had all kinds of guesses on why she was dating me. what's fair is fair. I mean, if I'm a public figure, she's a public figure. Are you really suggesting that you can't guess whether or not she's lying or not about the eating disorder? Like that's some bad thing. People
Well,
guess
I
about my life
think
all the
she's
time.
spoken about this situation triggering her personal eating disorder. So for that reason, I would sit down and say that it's possible that she could have an eating disorder because we've never seen Pastel Belle at her worst. We don't know what that looks like.
H, let me ask you another question. Did we not just watch a video from Belle Aubrey where she put a lot of bad faith arguments and blatantly lied, right? She lied about a lot of stuff. I mean, Willy Mack's video exposes her for flat out lies. So if she is a liar and a known liar and we can confirm that, then should we trust 100% that she has an eating disorder, or could we guess that she might be also lying about that?
See, this is where I think that we should judge each particular lie or thing that a person says on an individual basis, because the same way that I felt about Trisha Paytas, where everybody was saying that she was lying about the fact that she was molested by a teacher, I don't feel like it's fair for us to be able to out and out state that purely because in the past she's lied about other things. Do you understand what I mean?
Somebody in the chat said that it's triggering. If something is triggering you, leave. If you stay and say it's triggering and you continue to stay, you're doing exactly what Belle Aubrey did. You're choosing to be a victim. I don't want to hear your tears. Get the fuck out if you're triggered.
Okay, let's not do that to the audience. Okay, they've been very good. They've been very nice and polite. So let's not.
I'm gonna go. We'll
Okay.
leave it on that, but I don't want to hear you're triggered. Leave. If something's triggering
Oh my
you,
goodness.
go.
Not on my streams, Keem. Okay, not on my stream. We don't do that on my stream. But thank you very much for calling in and giving your opinions and thoughts. And hopefully you'll see now that I'm not actually a horrible person. Okay, I'm actually all right. I'm decent.
You were drinking some Kool-Aid in the past.
No, I'm not drinking Kool-Aid. I'm just very, very fucking opinionated, and you just don't agree with all of my fucking opinions. That's all it is.
All right, see you guys.
Okay, peace. Bye. I don't know how to end this. Hold up. There we go. That was Keemstar on the line. That was that was something. I tried my best, guys. I tried my best to keep it as good and as cordial and as interviewee as I possibly could. I did my best with Keem, okay? Just give me a sec. I did my best. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, I am going to take a quick intermission. You guys will be able to chat. I just need to have a wee. I'm desperate for a piss. So I'm just going to leave you for a moment. Okay, we're back. Oh, sorry, I just really need to take a pee, like so desperately. Keem was talking and I need to really, like, just take a piss. Okay, so apparently we now have Repzilla, I keep getting those names mixed up, on Discord, who also wants to have another conversation. So, Repzilla, we're going to bring him in. Apparently, I need to accept his friend request. And then I can just bring him in for a phone call. So, here we go. Okay. This has turned into something else, my dude. Hello?
Hey, how you doing? What's up?
Hello, Repzilla. What's up? What's the tea?
I just wanted to reply to just a couple things that Keem was saying.
Okay, go for it.
And then after, if you have any questions, you can just ask me. But generally, he was talking about my brain injury and saying, it's kind of like saying that I might forget things. When I had my brain injury, it's on my right side of my brain, so it's like a cognitive thing. So it's not so much like me forgetting things as much as like if I'm on live right now, it may at times, sometimes I'm fine, but at times I might have difficulties recalling information. Like when it first happened, it was like part of my exercises was the name 3 animals, and I might get out cat, and then I know I knew more. I just couldn't physically bring it to the forefront of my brain. So, that's why I'm not particularly good at debates or live talks, is because if I get emotionally strained, that's when it really starts acting up, and I just get it's like a weird feeling in my brain. So I hope that clears that up. It's a cognitive thing. It's not anything like that. So if I make videos and I do scripts, which I don't always do, but if I'm doing long form content, then I'll write a whole script, and then I'm pretty good because you can pause in between shoots and stuff. So he said something about Onision making videos on Eugenia Cooney. I've never made direct videos on that. I have commented on it before, and his specific videos that he was making that were very triggering as far as not criticism videos. They were straight up he dressed up like her and did skits where he was her, of her throwing up and passing away from not eating.
Right.
That's far cry different than anything that the T channels are doing.
Do you not consider yourself a T channel?
I don't directly consider myself a T channel. No, if anything, I'm a variety channel. I'll do what I have done T. I've done drama. I've done true crime. I feel like I don't want to put myself in a box, but I generally don't care what anybody wants to call me. Call me a T channel. That's fine.
Okay. Carry on. I just wanted to ask that question.
Other thing is he referred to the video where I talked about him dating a 20-year-old child.
I wasn't a big fan of that title, I will be honest, because that was very misleading.
Well, this is the interesting part. I got my title, and it should have been in quotes. I just didn't put it in quotes, but I thought people would understand because the whole video was taking up for Keem and saying that those people that were saying that were completely off base and it was wrong. So
Right.
that's interesting that they didn't watch the video. I actually got my title from Bo Black's thumbnail on the same subject. He says it in that thumbnail. So that's interesting. So that's the
Right.
truth behind that.
Okay. I wanted to ask you just personally, for my personal curiosity, did you get a chance to watch the Redskii video that he made on you?
Yes, I have watched the Redskii video.
What are your thoughts?
I've been working on a response for about a month. It takes me time because it involves the law. So you can't just go in there and say, hey, let me get this right now. You gotta, it takes time. Here's what I'll say. The very first thing he opens up with is a girl that harassed me. She said that I give her my name and my address, and it was a creepy trailer park in Tennessee. I live in Georgia. This is very well known. The girl reached out to me in March, at the 1st of April of 2018. I was very much in Georgia. In fact, my police reports are in Georgia. All of this will be coming out in my video. And, it's just very offensive that a lot of people didn't wait for my side on that. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
You guys have to wait for the video on that.
When can we await this video? Are we talking a month, 2 months? Because I'm interested.
I'm actually addressing everything that's ever been said of me. That's very serious of nature. I'll be addressing some priming stuff. some of the other things that he talks about in his video.
So you're just going to address it all in one video?
Yeah, and it's just receipts and things that I've not ever talked about before, but it's legitimate, and you guys will see. And, you know, I'm just going to, like, methodically do it. Like, you know, this is what's said, this is the truth, and you just do your thing, you know?
Okay, interesting. I'm excited to hear it. So, in the sorry to go back to the Redskii video. In the Redskii video, you had that conversation, that very prolific conversation between yourself and Nicholas Diorio. How do you feel about that conversation now that you've watched it? Because I feel like there was a lot that you could have combated some of his questions with, and you just didn't.
So here's the thing. Here's why I didn't do that. Before, there's a couple reasons, but let me give you like the setup. That was Edwin's birthday stream. We were all drinking. We were pretty well off.
Okay.
And it was a friend stream. I was actually there to moderate, and I was just keeping up with how many drinks that Edwin was, you know, his donations. People would donate money, and then he would like drink to those.
I don't think
so
anyone can drink like Edwin. Not even me. That boy like downs tequila like there's no tomorrow.
I can't. There's so many times where he's gotten me so drunk on stream. It's just like it's a terrible situation for me. I'm not even supposed to drink with a brain injury, so it's like I drink one beer. It's like drinking three. So
yeah, right, okay.
So we're in this live stream, and I'm actually upset with Nick because me and Nick were supposed to be homies, and I get it, their whole standpoint on it and everything. You want to say it was a debate, even though it wasn't a setup thing. That's fine. I don't really give a shit. Like, if you want to say you beat somebody with a brain injury in a debate and you want to get props on that, more power to you. You did good. Okay. But like, the truth is I considered Nick a friend, and like I feel like he was coming at me. And if I consider somebody a friend, it's really difficult for me to come at him. I'm not just saying that to get like some kind of narrative about that. That's really how I feel. But the issue with it was he was asking me about the Gabby Hanna situation.
Yeah.
Which something I had addressed before that stream ever happened. Like,
okay, so just for the record right now, right, as the viewers are watching right now, the Gabby Hanna videos that you made where you called it a murder article and all that kind of stuff, just from the jump, what do you stand by those videos today? Because there's several videos of mine that I may not stand by today, and I'll make it known. Do you stand up by those videos today?
No. But I do think it's important for people to know the full context.
And is the context, just so I'm aware, is the context the fact that she was in so many controversies at the time? Because I don't feel like that's a viable excuse.
The context of the video, the specific criticism that I received was I called it a murder article. But the fact is that when I first started the video, at the very front of the video, I say that this was an article where she was trying to figure out how to turn into an e-girl. And this is when she pulled up.
But you did say the words murder article, which would lead your viewers to believe that it was an article solely to do with the murder of individuals.
Yeah, the piece that was by the picture, yeah, I did say that was a murder article. The specific piece where it's talked about her murder next to that picture, that was where I said murder article, and that is where I no longer stand by those words.
Okay, that's good to know on the record.
Go ahead.
No, that's good to know on the record that you no longer stand by those words, because when I listened to the Nicholas Diorio thing, that was kind of like, oh man, you still stand by it?
Well, the thing about it is I went back and clarified it even in the description of the video and in the pinned comment too, I believe. So it said for a fact, like, hey, this was specifically not about a murder article. She was trying to get to see what an e-girl look was. I actually went on in that video, and it was on in that video where I said that people making videos on her just to hate on her for just the sole purpose of hate is not good. I also made another follow-up video about it within that same year where I said that it was good that she apologized and took down the video.
So just to go back to the Gabby Hanna situation, I know this is completely off topic, but it's just all the burning questions it is that I have, so I have to ask them while you're here, right? Just to go back to the Gabby Hanna video with the Nicholas Diorio situation and all that kind of stuff, you turned around and you called it a murder article. You're saying now that you no longer stand by it being a murder article. The other question is that I have for you is, when you said that if she apologized, it would be all done for you, why did you not accept her apology?
Oh, what do you mean?
Because she apologized, right? She made an apology video. Yeah. She was sat down. She was very sad. She said she contacted the family. She took some time to get rid of the video and to blur out aspects of it. She didn't know what to do. She was scared. She didn't know if she should do one thing or the other. She was kind of backed into a corner. She felt very bad over the situation. I was very empathetic at the time about that because I felt like she'd done all that she could really do. So in my
video, I said that I think it was really good that she apologized. I also said that I'm trying to remember specifically what I said, but it was something along the lines of she has been in many controversies before. So it was like, I don't know if that plays a part in it or something along those lines.
Okay. All right. Okay. So going back to the whole situation between Belle and Willy Mack, and obviously he made some comments about you. What do you have to retaliate or retort back to Willy Mack and some of the things that it is that he's accused of you?
I generally think his video was pretty well put together.
Yeah, it's very well put together.
The points on me are I don't really understand those because Belle's points about Eugenia and my points are very different. Like, I don't believe that she should be permanently taken off the platform. I rather believe, like, it's an open conversation, and I don't think that anyone exactly knows what to do, and it's just kind of, like, open for discussion. I don't agree with it being solely based around just the fact that she has an ED. I think that, if anything, on my end, it would be more towards, like, the way she moderates her community behind the scenes, just based off of the Discord situation and other situations like that. I know there's a lot of people that will like to say, I did cover a video on this. There's a lot of people that like to say, it's just one person. It was actually not.
Is what Willy Mack said about you using and citing Belle as a reference true?
Yeah, I definitely did do that.
Right. Okay. And what video did you reference?
It's the one where she was, it was the one where she was damn it. She was talking about the ED. She was talking about the thinspo. She was talking about those things. And I showed it as a reference of what, these people were saying. It was a video that was kind of like explaining how, there's one side of the people that want to talk about the ED and its influence on the viewers, and there's another side that stands up against that. And I've said that actually I understand where they're coming from.
So you were trying to show both sides of the narrative, sort of reference to
like a devil's advocate type deal.
Right. So you were trying to show both sides of the narrative. There's some people who feel this, and there's some people who feel that. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. Generally, that's been my whole standpoint. I don't know if she should, be removed or anything like that. I considered, like, there's a discussion for, like, temporary removal, maybe there's a discussion for, like, age restriction, and that's just based on the fact that when she did take time off, it did seem to give her, like, some progressive help. And I heard this mirrored in, I think it was a Tipster live stream the other night with Clinton Clausen, a clinical therapist, who said similar things. But generally, it's a weird YouTube political area. It's like a gray area because we don't really know. No, I don't think anybody knows exactly what should happen.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Is there anything else it is that you would like to add to the stuff that is that Keemstar said, or anything it is that you want to retort to in regards to Willy Mack? Will you be making a video retaliating to Willy Mack's video?
I don't think so. Just because, like, for the most part, he did a really well put together video, and I don't think making a whole video on just the criticisms on me are necessary at this point.
Is it only because it's primarily focused on Pastel Belle at this moment, or pure?
That's how I feel. Like,
yeah, because it's mainly about Pastel Belle. You were just kind of like a little anecdote on the side of that.
Yeah.
So
like,
I understand you not
out there
wanting
for anybody to watch. Like, I know. Oh yeah, I can talk about the. I did make a pro Anna video.
What?
And this was, it was a pro Anna video. It was in regards to the blue butterfly and all this stuff.
Oh right, I thought you meant you made a pro Anna video. I was like, God damn.
No. So that would be terrible, right? So essentially, the video that I made was to draw the parallels for pure discussion. That's what it was for, and I talked about like where the origination of the blue butterfly came from and why people were saying this on Twitter, because they were coming to me and they were telling me this is what's happening, blue butterfly. So I made the whole video.
Okay, I have to ask you this question now. You do realize that outrage Twitter exists, right? There's people on the internet who literally their sole existence is just to be outraged by no matter what it is, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
so,
I see them people.
Yeah, so the blue butterfly for me is only people within that selective community would actually really know what that's about.
Yeah, that's actually what I say in my video.
Is that what you said?
It's actually not. It's not just the blue butterfly emoji. It's actually called a cerulean butterfly, and it was an old community, pro Anna community back in the day. Actually, I think it was one of the first or one of the biggest, and it was talked about by Times articles. It was a big deal, and I go on to say that there's no specific connection between this butterfly and Eugenia Cooney. I just say there are ironic things, just as well as you've seen that whole like time lapse thing of where it's like a conspiratorial thing where she gets a donation and she moves her makeup box, and there's like 30 examples of her doing this, and I say that's ironic. I say, though as ironic and as much as a coincidence as it is, there is no way that we can 100% for sure say this.
Are people really taking it that far that the movement of a makeup box is something?
She's not in control of her community. We can't hold her responsible for the people that watch her content, but we do have to be aware that there is a portion of pro Anna viewers.
Right, okay. So you've stated that you're not going to be making a response to Willy Mac, but more so that you acknowledge it, say that it's a good body of work, and that, it's not something for you to retaliate to, and probably more so something for Pastel Belle to retaliate to. Are you friendly with Pastel Belle?
Yeah, I am.
Do you slide into the DMs?
Do what again?
Do you slide into the DMs?
I slide into nobody's DMs.
You slide in some DMs. You've slidden into mine. Did you slide into the DMs?
You're talking like being like as
like hello, how are you? I see you're going through something.
We've been friendly like that. Yeah, she's very nice.
Has she given you any insight as to what she might be coming back with? Because she says she's going to be retaliating within the next 24 hours.
Whatever she's into, that's her business. I don't know anything other than like I told her like she should probably respond to those things, But like I said, I don't agree with like everything that other people stand by.
So you said that she should possibly respond to them. You've kind of said you've said to her that she should respond to them, yeah?
I think so. I think if it was something that was more directed at me, I think my general, honestly, and the reason that I have like a Redskii making videos and like Primic video and however what is because my general stance over time has always been never to respond, and I wouldn't respond, but with some of the stuff has gotten just absolutely like ridiculous and just way too serious, so it's like I'm kind of like pushed to do that, so that's why I even am making a response video in general, because like it's ridiculous for somebody. You should just be able to say, hey, I don't even live in this state, like
okay.
I'm not gonna go outside and show you my mailbox or nothing. Like, but
okay, I don't know what this stream is turning into, but I will say that Keemstar is asking to speak to you on live. Do you want to accept the call?
Well,
it's completely up to you. I'm giving you that option. You can completely decline.
Honestly, I don't think that's a good idea.
You don't think it's a good idea? Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine by me. I just wanted to make sure because he has requested to do so, and I said that I would ask you. So you're
Maybe at a
100%.
later
You don't
date.
want
I
to
think I
talk to
would have
Keemstar.
earlier when I was trying to call in and talk to him, but now I've pretty much said my piece, and I really don't feel like I have much else to say.
Okay, interesting. Okay, well, I think that pretty much, I don't think you've got anything else to say on the Willy Mac situation. I think you've made your stance known. In terms of you not being a part of do you feel like you could be considered as part of the tea community?
They can call me whatever they want, but I consider myself a variety channel. I have covered tea. But what I enjoy to cover is like more like longer form content, but it just really depends on what I'm feeling that day, you know?
And just like for me, for my personal record, does it take you that long to like create content? Like how long does it take you to make like a good, like some of your best work? How long does it take for you to make a good body of work?
Well, my best work, it can take like 2 days, but like usually if it's like a good solid piece, it can be like 8 to 12 hours.
Okay, interesting. Okay. I was just wondering, and do you write scripts regularly? Because I feel like sometimes you're very scripted.
Yeah, you can probably tell the difference. So like longer form content, I will write scripts, and if I'm writing a script, of course it's going to be more structured and like more to the point. But like sometimes I just like turning on the camera and just going, and you can really tell because like.
Girl, I don't function like that. If I don't have a script.
If I write a script, then what I'll do is I might record for an hour's worth, and I don't make that many mistakes, so I don't cut out. But if I don't write a script, it's probably like 2.5 hours worth of footage, and it's a lot of cutting and editing, you know?
Right, okay. Interesting. Well, thank you so much for calling in. Let me know in the chat if you do want to end up speaking to Drama Alert, because he's begging for this conversation. So let me know if you do want to end up speaking to Drama Alert. I think Redskii said that he wanted to call in, so we're going to try and do that as well.
I definitely do not want to talk to him.
You 100% don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will respect your wishes, and I hope you have a good evening.
All right, you too.
Okay,
Thanks.
bye.
Bye.
What is this stream turning into, guys? You guys are doing the fucking most. We're getting call-ins when I don't even have that function. So we've got, what's that? Where's Redskii? Hold on. Redskii, if you need to add me on here for me to add you in. I've got Thomas Halbert in here, but I think, oh no, he doesn't want to. Okay. No, Thomas Halbert's just online. Yeah, so if you want to jump in, Redskii, let me know, and we'll get you on. I'm underprepared, okay, for the stream. Very fucking underprepared. Somebody said that I should have Rich Lux come on here as just like a palate cleanser, and I kind of feel the same because I'm like, girl, I'm not ready for this. Okay. Let's have a look at the comment section. I'm just gonna have a read of the comment section real quick. Hold up. Oh my god, the comments are going too fast. Hold on. Slow down. Are you enjoying the call-in portion of the live streams? You guys are. We're gonna have to make this a thing then, when people can call in and say their things. Okay, so Redskii, are you ready to come in? Paige, you need to interview people more on live streams. I'm more than happy to do this. I actually really enjoy having conversations with people, so I'm down for it.
Redskii needs to message you on Twitter just so we can send you.
Okay, Redskii, message me on Twitter, and then we can drag you into the Discord, sweetheart, okay? And then we can do that. Rich Lux says, spill the tea. Thank you so much, Rich Lux. If you want to jump in, I've got you on FaceTime, so you can FaceTime me if you want. If you want to jump in. I've never done call-ins. I've done call-ins once, but on my old computer where it was like I didn't have good internet strength. Now I've got fucking good internet strength. So I love that. But yeah, Paige is great at interviews. Really? You think so? Thank you so much, Mortimer. Okay. We were watching, what were we doing before all of this happened? We were watching Willy Mac. So we're going to continue watching Willy Mac. And then when the next caller comes in, we'll hop off and we'll do that, okay? Let's get back into it. Oh my goodness, I was underprepared for today's stream.
pushed over the past 9 months. Belle loves to misrepresent arguments. In her 30-minute video, I am not shown giving my argument once. So this basically allows her to make a response video where she doesn't have to respond to any of the criticisms made of her. She just reiterates the same arguments we've already debunked.
I have never.
Okay, we have Cringey who wants to call in. Cringey is a part of the Xylee community, so I know who they are. So Cringey, if you want to call in, my husband's going to drag you into the Discord, okay?
Ever called for YouTube to ban people simply because they have EDs, implying that I think all people who suffer with an ED should be banned from YouTube automatically is just not true. Like, that's just a straight up lie.
Belle, people are saying that about you because that's what your argument boils down to. So let me reiterate. Belle wants to ban Eugenia Cooney for uploading pro-anorexic content. Her evidence for this is YouTube thumbnails and inspirational quotes. When you actually look at Eugenia's content, what is it? Video games, clothes, and makeup. She's doing the same thing as everyone else on this website. So what's the only difference between Eugenia and any other content creator? Well, it's that she's anorexic. That's why people are saying you want to ban her just for having an ED. Your claims are unsubstantial at best and completely fabricated at worst. And of course, since Belle never plays my video, that means she never has to address any of my arguments. She can just call me a liar.
This creator is lying to you by implying in any way, shape, or form, either directly or indirectly, that I support removing people.
I honestly think this was more so for Belle's side of things, them just not wanting to give you a name and then, like, you know, allow people to view your platform. A lot of people on the internet, especially content creators, they develop this like somewhat ego that if they say your name that they're going to give you something. I had a situation similarly recently with a content creator that I don't respect, like not even in the slightest, where I refused to say his name. It drove him absolutely insane, which is kind of my objective. So yeah, I feel like it was more so about that than anything else.
From YouTube simply because they are sick. By that logic, since I have an ED, I would also need to be deplatformed.
Belle, that's your logic, not mine. I would never make such a stupid point. Belle, you're the...
So we have Charlie, aka Cringey, who's going to come on the line. So yeah, let's do this. Cringey is going to be on the line shortly. Hold up. I don't know what this stream is turned into, but we've got call-ins and all sorts. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Speaker. There we go. Hello? Hello? Cringey, can you hear me? Cringey. Okay, I'm going to cancel that call and try again. Oh, she's in Do Not Disturb. Cringey, try again. Try and ring me, babes.
The one making the argument that Eugenia Cooney's pro-Anna. That means you have to prove it with evidence, which you haven't. Don't strawman me just because you got called out for having nothing. And now I want to get to the title of her video and why YouTube agrees with me. Spoiler alert, she's just lying. She's just making it up.
If you look at YouTube's community guidelines, you'll see that they actually agree with me. If you look at their community guidelines page, you'll see that there's a bunch of different ones, but if you scroll down, you'll see one that says harmful and dangerous content. And if you read through it, it says eating disorders. Content that praises, glorifies, or encourages.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to see if I can get you on loudspeaker. Bear with me one moment.
It's great.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know what happened for a second then. I'm really sorry.
No, it's okay. I can hear you now. Okay, so what's the tea, sis?
Well, I kind of just wanted to talk about a lot of the lack of research on general eating disorders that a lot of these channels are representing, because a lot of them are focusing mostly on media exposure in regards to being a risk factor and cause for anorexia nervosa and other eating disorders. But it doesn't really match up, because plenty of people obviously are exposed to the media, and not everybody will develop an eating disorder, which means there must be other extraneous variables when come into play, especially considering the fact that BED is twice as common as anorexia nervosa, but we have more skinny people in the media.
Sis, yes! Let's hear your thoughts.
I mean, it's very confusing to me how people are banging on about we need to get rid of this, this, and this, which, number one, isn't a healthy way of coping with triggers. One should be focusing on how to manage your triggers and how to treat anorexia, and because obviously you can't stop triggers. we're not going to be able to stop people from watching TV shows. We're not going to be able to stop people from looking at magazines. And in fact, you might even walk down the street and see somebody with anorexia. And as somebody who has PTSD, there are certain things that I might face in day-to-day life. And I don't think it's a healthy mechanism to say, no, we need to just block, because that's called avoidance treatment, which is actually not treatment. It's something that a lot of psychotherapists and therapists actually disagree with. So when these channels come on and they're talking about eating disorders, I don't think they quite understand, number one, how it starts, and number two, how to actually treat them. It's bizarre to me.
Girl, you just spoke to my heart. You spoke to my soul. Yes, keep educating us. We want to hear more.
Well, I feel like everybody, class, please sit down. I hope you're taking notes. I'm just not a psychologist, by the way. I have an undergraduate degree in psychology and I work in the mental health field, but I don't want anyone to look at me like Katy Morton, who copyright struck my video, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh, no, we know about Katy. We know about Katy, don't you worry.
That's salt in my wound that will never heal. But when they're focusing so highly on the media exposure, it makes me quite angry, because it's actually the one risk factor we can't control. There are things such as SA and violence within the home that can be a trigger for an eating disorder, but we can train people how to look out for those signals and those signs that something wrong is happening, and we can intervene and prevent eating disorders. But with media exposure, it's the one thing we can't prevent. So when they rally to deal with this one aspect, that doesn't make any sense, because there are literally... Anorexia nervosa has been around since about the Roman Empire in the year 600, and that was a period where there was no mass media, and also the beauty standard was quite different. If you look at all the statues, obviously all the goddesses had belly rolls. That doesn't make sense. Also, there are studies within Asia where there are impoverished countries that don't have mass media, that there's cases of anorexia. How are you going to explain that?
Yeah, no, I get you 100%. 100%, because not every country is going to have the same thing, but yet the effects of anorexia nervosa is pretty much the same across the board. So I get you 100%. 100%. Oh my God, literally that was something I didn't even fucking think about. Not something I even fucking fathomed at all. But you are 100% right.
I mean, not to self-promo, I do have a video that goes over all of the risk factors, and it ranges
from,
like...
No, self-promo over here, sis. What's your channel name? Tell them all about it.
It's just Cringey.
Cringey is the channel name. And
basically, what I made it because, well, all tea, no shade, I did talk to Pastel Belle, like, a lot. Like, well, not a lot, but, like, it's not like we were skipping away into the sunset together, but it's also, like, I've never talked to her whatsoever. Like... You know, but what frustrated me and prompted me to make the video was her response, because I've educated her before about media exposure and why it's bad to hone in on that, and she still made the point in her response video, and I was like, well, I guess I'm not wanted here then. I'll just leave. Apparently my knowledge is nothing to you. I should just stop trying to talk to you about it.
Okay, so you're British. I can hear it in the voice. You're British. You're one of us, right?
Yeah, it's 4 a.m.
It's 4 a.m. What are you doing, babes?
I haven't slept since Belle's response video came out. I've been staring at, I've been looking at it, and I've been like, I know you didn't talk about the knickers, but I swear to God, if anyone mentions the knickers to me...
fucking knickers, babe! I can't answer. Literally, I was like, I'm not doing these fucking knickers today. We're not doing knickers, because it's going to drive me insane. These fucking knickers!
I think my audience is used to me, like, just going, fucking knickers, like, every so often. It's just a thing that happens to me right now. I think it's actually non-ironically added to my PTSD, because I see a pair of knickers now and I'm like...
I'm just thinking about, like, sound effects and okay, brilliant. Well, is there anything it is that you want to add to the whole situation between Repzilla as well? Because obviously, not Repzilla, I'm sorry, Repzilla. Repzilla was involved in this whole situation. Do you think he negated anything?
So, I think Repzilla has added to the idea that the parents may or may not have something to do with it. Mm-hmm. And I just want to add a different perspective that EDs are extremely secretive, and it's why people with EDs are socially isolated, because obviously eating is a social event. We go out for meals, we go out and have family things together, and people with EDs are isolated from that already. So they're isolating themselves. So the parents may well not know that their child has an ED, and once they find out, it's probably because there's a physical change, and by that point, they're quite deep into the psychological triggers and the psychological reasons as to why they have this. So doing something like stripping that platform away from them could be even more detrimental. Or having them taken away to a facility could be a fear for the parent to have that they're pushing their child away. And that's why a lot of people who are parents who have children with EDs are very careful and delicate and don't want to do anything rash because they fear that losing their child.
I get that. So do you think that, like, possibly putting this on the parents is, like, the worst thing to do in this case scenario?
The parents, I obviously can't speak as to whether or not they are, because obviously...
Because there's a lot of people online saying that these people are abusive, which I just don't feel like there's any, fathomable, fucking tangible evidence to say that that's the case.
No. I've heard Munchausen by proxy be brought up
Yeah,
a lot,
but people are
quite
just
frankly,
throwing that around
Munchausen
like
by
it's a
proxy
joke.
is a very, very rare condition.
Yes.
It's not... the likelihood of Munchausen... You could win the lottery 10 times over rather than having a person who has Munchausen by proxy. I think I'll find the citation for that at some point, but I think putting the pressure on the parents does a lot more to parents who are already probably at a loss with what to do.
Yes, and as parents, we're all just trying the best. Like me as a parent, like I sit down. I remember in the past, I was like, my mother caused me so much trauma. My mother tried her fucking best. She did the best that she could with the situation that she was in. And I realize that now as an adult. Do you get what I mean? So I just kind of feel like when we throw things at parents, it's difficult because we're just all trying our best to make things work. And when you've got a 27-year-old anorexic individual living in your household, like, what do you do? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you do.
And a lot of the times, because of the different reasons as to why people develop anorexia, there's been studies into Epstein-Barr virus and glandular fever. There's been studies into attachment disorders and genetics. Sometimes some parents have reported back feeling like they've caused this because of their genetics or because of the way their brains are wired. So they might already be feeling a lot of guilt. They're like, have I made my child this way with how I've raised them or how I am genetically?
Yeah, I hear that 100%. Well, thank you so much for your commentary. Is there anything it is that you need to add? Do you want to promote your channel, sis?
You can watch my video if you'd like to. It's got a lot of research that I spent 27 grand actually accumulating.
27 grand, bitch.
And like, if it reaches 10k, I will do a comprehensive video on the beverage tea to prove to these channels that you can research anything, because they should start doing so.
God damn, sis. Right, leave a link. I will get my stream manager, aka my husband, to tag it at the top of the screen so that everybody can see it as well, so that they can find it and all that kind of stuff. Thank you for imparting your knowledge on us. I really appreciate it, sis.
Thanks for having me. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Go to bed, goddammit. I know I'm fucked up, but you don't have to be.
That's okay. Thank you. Bye.
Oh, she's lovely. Oh my goodness. I love her voice. Right, okay. Redskii. Who's next? Redskii. Redskii. Okay, Redskii, you're on the line. This is the weirdest chat I've ever gone through in my whole entire fucking life. Okay, Redskii. Oh. She's doing a lot. What's she doing? Hey, sis. Get it together. Oh, we're ringing. Hello? Hello?
Yo.
Is this Redskii?
Yes.
Hello. You are
here.
live. What is it that you've got to say? What's the tea, sis?
So I gotta keep it quick, but I just think it's so fucking hilarious how Repzilla is sitting in the call or in the chat when Keemstar is like talking to you, basically going, I need Keemstar to let me in. I want to talk. I need to say my piece. And then he doesn't say anything. When he has his turn to talk, he just dips. He's like, I don't want to talk to Keem anymore. I'm fine. I also think it's fucking hilarious how he uses his brain injury to take jabs at the fact that he lost a debate to Nick DiOrio. I don't know. I think that's kind of shitty. I also think it's funny how he tries to hold Eugenia Cooney accountable for what goes on in her Discord server and her community when the same fucking stuff is going on in his. And I want to just make this very fucking clear. I don't hold him responsible for what goes on in his server or his community. But if he is going to hold her to that standard, he should hold himself to that standard too.
I hear you on that. That's kind of the point that I was making when I showed your retweet of what it is that Repzilla had said.
Yeah, did you see the other retweet I did? I did another quote tweet with more screenshots.
No, I didn't. What's the tea? One sec, let me have a look. What do you say?
I did another quote tweet with more screenshots from his Discord server. There's more ED content on there.
One sec, let me find you, Redskii.
It's a couple ways down, but yeah, I don't know. I also think it's kind of shitty that he like threatens legal action and then says nothing else about it. I think it's kind of funny. So,
what do you mean he threatens legal action? Do you think that his legal?
Because
he said he's going to make a video with everything.
With his response.
Okay. So Eugenia Cooney, and you were one of the quote tweets. Hold on, I'm going to get to your page right now. I don't know why it's not showing me. Redskii, here we are. So that's what you said. So it's going to be in your tweet and replies. Give me a second. I'll find it.
Take your time.
When did you post it, sis?
Oh, I'd say it was yesterday, I think.
Okay, what's it?
I'm going to go through and just make sure.
All I can see is the Willy mark is saying that
it's a couple days ago.
Okay, a couple of days ago. That's
2 days ago, yeah.
Okay, 2 days ago. What's the date today? 17th. So we're looking at like 15th or 14th.
It'll say 2 days ago. So.
I'm in a different time zone, so it might say 3 days.
Oh God, that's right. I forget.
Is it since we're on the topic of ED? Because I've read that one out already.
It's Can We Agree?
Can you send it me in a DM? Oh, one sec, I got it. Okay, so let me bring this up on the screen. The tea is developing! Okay, so can we agree that you aren't qualified enough to be nitpicking everything related to Eugenia Cooney when shit like this is being said on your server? Hold yourself to the same standards you hold others, or shut the fuck up about it, you fucking brainlet. What's a brainlet?
It's just an idiot.
Okay,
it's like another word for it, yeah.
Deleted user. No, I will flatten my stomach. What happens when you finally achieve a flat stomach? You go back to eating, the stomach will come back. You have to achieve it through healthier diet and exercise, or maybe some clothes that will go well with your body type. I just don't want to be fat anymore. Fiber and exercise, nutritious foods, maybe a strawberry in your cereal. Try adding a veggie to your soup. Your mind and your gut will thank you. If only crying could burn fat, because I cry a hell of a lot these days. Oh my God, this is so sad.
It's really fucked up. And the other thing is that one of the people, I forgot, I don't think it's the deleted user, I think it's the other person, they came forward on Twitter and they said that the person they were talking to regularly suicide baits in his server as well.
Oh.
So, and this isn't like anything old, this is recent. Like if you look at the dates.
2021, this is in August.
Yep.
As someone who fainting can lead to those things very quickly, and you will be struck with both. It can also do great things for your mental health. What the fuck? You can set one goal every now and again, and when you achieve the goal, you'll feel good. Try 1 fruit a week or 1 vegetable a month. Take your time, but you need fibrous foods. I would just want to lose weight too. My stomach bulges out of my clothes too much. If I eat 300 calories daily, I can reduce that. What the hell is this conversation?
I don't fucking know.
If you eat 300 calories a day, reduce that. What? It will be a very rough maintenance journey, and the issue will get worse. What do you mean? Dude, what do you mean? Explain yourself. If I reduce my daily intake to roughly 300 calories, then I can prevent the conditions from happening. You're trying something new regardless of if it's good for you or not. I'm saying this because I care. 300 calories will have you fainting. Also, if you cut milk entirely from your diet and then try and reintroduce back to your system later, you might have an allergic reaction. I've heard people who cut dairy from their diet become allergic to it later on. Fainting isn't as bad as diabetes, heart disease, or morbid obesity, etc. It's not pleasant. I'd rather have that than the alternative. There's really no point for me to try anything new. If I could just find something small to eat and give me a maximum of 300 calories a day, that would be better. Well, change is going to happen regardless. You can make it a negative one or a positive one. I wouldn't have to worry about trying new foods because I'd be eating less and losing weight anyway. You can still lose weight and be ill. Trust me, I've been there. I'm not sick though. I'm not a diabetic or obese. It's your body. If your body isn't getting the nutrients it needs, it will cry for help. God damn.
Yeah, and so the thing is, that falls on the mods to deal with shit like that.
Yeah.
But when
Is that a private conversation or just on one of the threads on Discord?
Well, the other thing is it's a venting channel, so like,
support.
people can say stuff like that or whatever. But Repzilla is going after Eugenia for having, basically speculating that conversations like that are going on in her server.
Mm-hmm.
And saying that it is directly her fault and that she is responsible for that.
So you're basically saying if that's the case, yeah.
And he also wants to like shift the goalpost and talk about predators in her server. There's that predator, Sammy or whatever, who was in her server for like 3 days. It was brought to her attention, and then after 3 days, she kicked him out or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That same predator was in Repzilla's server.
Oh, right, okay.
And that same predator was in Repzilla's server for 10 days.
God damn, okay.
But again, in all fairness, I don't think it was brought to Repzilla's attention until 10 days after, because when it was brought to his attention, he did.
So it's just a predator who's just genuinely looking for vulnerable people, period.
Yeah, but like the thing is, he goes after Eugenia Cooney for having this predator in her server for 3 days. She likely didn't know because, you know, that's the mod's job. She's busy. She's got like an audience of like 2 million fucking people.
Yeah.
So when it was brought to her attention, she had to make sure that he was actually convicted and everything. And then she kicked him out.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing. Repzilla did the same thing when it was brought to his attention. So why is he getting on Eugenia Cooney for this?
Yeah.
It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean 100%. That doesn't sound right to me either. I'm gonna be honest, especially since it was the same predator. Are you gonna be making a follow-up video?
I really thought this was gonna be a one-time thing where I'm like, you know, I say my thing on Repzilla, I kind of show what he did in the past, I connect it to what he's doing now, and that's gonna be it. But the fact that he is pulling at this situation with Eugenia Cooney, it's so fucking disgusting. I have receipts. Mm-hmm. I'm debating on making a second video. I might just have to if it gets worse.
Well, to be honest, I really enjoyed your first video, so I wouldn't mind a second video. I know the audience wouldn't mind a second video as well, because this video is the way that I was introduced to you, and I really like your commentary, so it'd be really interesting to hear what it is that you have to say, especially if you've got receipts to follow up that it's the same predator and all that kind of stuff. That would make for some interesting content for sure.
I'd also shout out to Steve DeLive, he was the one who got those screenshots. He's been keeping up with this too behind the scenes, so just a quick shout out there.
Yeah, no, shout out to the person who got the receipts. Definitely, I'm ready to hear from you again, Redskii. I think it was a great video, because I remember I watched it when it had like about 10,000 views. I was like, why hasn't this video got so many more views? Because this is everything we need to know. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden, one moment, it just like, I think I was talking about it on a live stream, it just boomed. I was like, oh shit, it's got 200,000 views now. But at the time I watched it barely had any views. Good for you. Good for you. I'm glad that your content's being seen by new people. I love your commentary. Thanks so much for joining us. Is there anything else that you want to say?
No, I think I'm good. I was hoping Repzilla was gonna debate me, but obviously that didn't happen, so.
Well, Repzilla, if you're in the chat, if you want to debate, I'm down to watch that happen. I'm here for the fuckery now. I'm here. I'm in it. So I'm down for the fuckery now.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much. Have a good evening. Bye. Americans don't say bye. I've noticed that. Y'all don't say bye back. If I say bye, y'all just like end the call. Y'all don't say bye back. I don't know what that is. I don't know why don't Americans say bye back? I'm like British. We're fucking polite in this bitch. We are polite, okay? We say bye back. God damn it. Okay. Right, let me go back to my stream manager because apparently there's more people I need to talk to. Okay, what's that? Redskii, we've done that. Okay, I think that's it. There's nobody else who's calling in right now. Okay, can we get back to the video? I think we might be able to follow up with the rest of the video. There's no more people calling in. Maybe it's a call-in thing. Maybe we need to bring call-ins into the regular sphere because maybe I need to let call-ins be a thing because y'all have got opinions, sis. And I didn't realize y'all had such big opinions, but we'll bring it into the forefront for sure. Because Lord knows I was not prepared for this stream, and now I'm holding my phone to a microphone, but we're going to make it so it's seamless.
Viewers to imitate anorexia or other eating disorders.
As we've discussed, Eugenia's content doesn't...
Under absolutely no circumstances will I ever be debating orgy. Just let that be known, okay? No matter how bad the situation is, orgy will never be debated.
Do that, but Belle just doesn't seem to understand. If only she had a very public conversation with YouTube over this exact same thing. Oh wait, she did! Thanks for responding, Team YouTube. Hundreds of viewers have reported Eugenia Cooney's channel in the last 2 weeks alone.
We can admit that Belle Aubrey at this point has fostered and harbored an environment in which she is happy, clapping, excited, elated for the fact that YouTube have taking some kind of stance towards Eugenia Cooney.
Violates your TOS. YouTube actually responded. Thanks for the info. Mind following her Twitter account so we can move the conversation to DMs? Belle accepted, and this is what she relayed of the conversation. YouTube just said they can't identify any TOS violations with Eugenia. Wow, it looks like YouTube doesn't agree with you. They agree with me. Interesting how you left this out of your video. She then says, this means ad revenue is more important to YouTube than protecting their community. This is nonsense. The reason they didn't ban her is because she didn't break any rules. YouTube doesn't need Eugenia to stay financially afloat. Belle then points out how her video...
We got a kid that rants. Who wants to join? I'm going to get my stream manager to bring you in, and this is going to be the last person who talks tonight, okay? The last person who talks tonight is going to be a kid that rants. A kid that rants, get onto the Discord. My stream manager is going to deal with that all for you, and then we'll have that conversation. I swear to God, we're going, okay? We're going. This stream has been like almost 4 fucking hours. Jesus Christ. I've got children, okay? I'm just going to let you know. I've got fucking kids.
Video on Eugenia was taken down for violating TOS.
On May 16th, I got a notification that one of my videos had been taken down, and it wasn't like a super crazy video.
The video was actually insane. In this video, she talks about Eugenia's body in detail.
In this photo, she's posed and you can see her arms, her tendons are very pronounced. You can see her collarbones.
In the same video, she makes up a crazy theory about how Eugenia's parents are keeping her anorexic for views.
I truly believe that people in her inner circle are purposely withholding help in order to capitalize off of her condition, which is beyond disturbing to think about.
This is based on nothing. She's completely fabricated it. This video from Belle is horribly offensive and at times reaches Alex Jones levels of conspiracy, but she's right when she says it doesn't.
One sec, hold on. We've got people saying no. We've got people saying yes. What the fuck's going on? Is this person an issue? The question is, are they more of an issue than Keemstar? Because I feel like I handled that okay. So if they're worse than Keemstar, then maybe not. When are you even sleeping? You were on US time with 2 kids. Girl, don't even ask me. We wake up at around 11/10 o'clock. My husband takes the morning shift and I jump in and I possibly have an afternoon nap. It's not very good night right now, but we make it work. Okay. No, yes, nah. Can we vote? Because I vote no. Okay, let's put a vote. Right? Let's put a vote. We've got a kid that rants. Do you want him in the stream? Yes or no? The vote poll will be up any moment. Okay, we're going to finish this video.
Doesn't break TOS. Fortunately for Belle, being an asshole isn't against the rules, which is why her video is still up on her YouTube channel. The way she's framing this is so dishonest.
Hi, Pastel Belle. Our team has reviewed your content, and unfortunately, we think it violates our harmful and dangerous policy. We've removed the following content from YouTube. Why did my video on Eugenia get taken down, but Eugenia's own videos get to stay up?
I'm not surprised that the bot that hands out strikes would hear her use terms like pro-Anna and mistakenly take down her video. Videos wrongly go down on YouTube all the time. It happens to everybody if you're around long enough. That's why you have a chance to appeal it so a real person can take a look. Belle did that. That's why her video was reinstated the same day it was taken down. YouTube made a mistake. They are updating these bots constantly. They're not perfect. Now, does Belle tell you this so you can fully understand the situation? Say it with me, class. No, of course not. She's being an asshole. Instead, she blames Eugenia.
The only thing that I can possibly think of is that I just don't generate the same amount of ad revenue that Eugenia does.
Okay, people are asking for Tipster to come in. Tipster can call in. I've got no problems with him at all. If you want to call him, Tipster, my stream manager will talk to you.
Eugenia's making YouTube a ton of money, and I'm just not doing that.
YouTube ad revenue is split 55-45 between the creator and Google. That means YouTube is at most making $3
Can I just say in Britain it's 60-40?
or $4,000 a month from her. They're $1 billion company, Belle. It's Google. Google needs Eugenia Cooney to survive. What branch of YouTube is being held up by Eugenia Cooney's paycheck? I swear she just randomly says shit, hoping if she does it confidently enough, people will believe her. And God bless her, it's worked. At what point can we just say it? How many lies? How much fabricated information? How often do we have to catch her omitting critical details to stories before we can just confirm it? Belle is acting with malicious intent. She is not doing this out of stupidity. I'm sure it plays a role, but overall,
a kid that rants. The community don't want you, babes. It's 72% no, so I apologize about that. Let's get Tipster in. Tipster, if you're here, we'll end it with you, sweetheart.
She knows what she's doing. I'd have more respect for her if she was openly insulting Eugenia. Instead, she pretends like she cares. She cares about the kids. She cares about the rules. She cares about getting information right. Maybe you did at one point, but not anymore. In Belle's 30-minute video on me, she doesn't name me once. She doesn't address a single argument. She was caught red-handed in a conspiracy turned lie, so now all she could do is lie more. I want to talk about her response more, but there's no substance to it. It's just 30 minutes of unhinged rambling with no receipts. So I guess I'll address some of the more annoying points she makes. She makes it seem like I went on and on about her Tess Holiday tweet.
I can understand how this can be perceived as not my best tweet, and if I'm being 100% honest about it, it's not my favorite tweet either. Do you honestly think, though, that if we go through this creator's entire tweet history, we're not going to find a single thing that he no longer stands by? The difference is, I'm not going to sit here and find a single tweet and then nitpick it over and over and over to death.
I talked about her tweet for 30 seconds in my 40-minute video. I find it very odd that this is the only point in my video she directly responds to. It's only 30 seconds. It's probably the least important thing to address. And now I want to address Belle's Save the Children trigger narrative.
I don't see the same charitability towards other people, you know, minors who struggle with an ED, who kind of have no choice to look at it because there are so many times where people have said, YouTube, do not show me this. I don't want to see this. And they block her content and YouTube still promotes it. And then it's on the trending page.
Guys, we have to remember that YouTube is social.
I promise you I've never in the history of niggerdom ever seen Eugenia Cooney's content on a trending page. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I've never seen Eugenia Cooney's content on a trending page, at least in the United Kingdom. Tell me if I'm wrong. If you guys have seen it, let me know. Have you guys seen Eugenia Cooney on the trending page? We'll put that up as a poll.
Social media. That means real people uploading themselves to the internet. This is not TV. This is not PBS. There's no focus group making sure this content appeals to everybody. That means it's up to parents to make sure they know what their kid is watching. You wouldn't let your kid run around the streets talking to homeless people unsupervised, so why are you letting them do that online? Eugenia Cooney does not run a daycare. She is not responsible for your kid. Now, I've never had a problem with YouTube's block button, but if it isn't working correctly, that's something to complain to YouTube about. That is...
Like I said, this is something that we need to complain to YouTube about, their broken system, more so than blaming Eugenia Cooney for making content that doesn't appeal to you.
Not Eugena's problem. As for the trending page, I guarantee that most of you watching right now don't even know how to get to it. The idea that she can't trend because she's a trigger for some people is insane. The trending page is not how people watch YouTube. The reality is, if you suffer from an eating disorder, it's up to you to avoid your triggers. If YouTube's block feature doesn't work, then block it again and report the bug to YouTube. I want to end this video by giving Belle some genuine advice. She says a lot of stuff that sounds outrage-worthy on paper, but as soon as you start to question it, it just falls apart.
I also just want YouTube to hold Eugenia to the same standards they would hold any other content creator to.
Who? Name one other content creator that has been banned for being pro-anorexic, even though their content has nothing to do with their ED. She doesn't give a single example because that person doesn't exist. Belle's just saying that to stir outrage.
Because I know for a fact, if I did half of what Eugenia does, my platform would not only be taken away, but I would be canceled by everyone online.
What do you mean? What does Eugenia do? Tons of creators do cosplay, summer fashion, play video games just like Eugenia. There's a reason Belle doesn't name any specific thing that Eugenia does wrong. It's because the only thing that makes Eugenia different is that she's anorexic. I found it really rich that Belle was willing to criticize me for interviewing Drew, who lived with Eugenia for a week.
This creator also tried to use the point that one time another YouTuber stayed with Eugenia for a couple days.
Again, it was a week, but whatever.
As if this is proof positive that there cannot be any abuse going on in that house.
Of course my video doesn't prove that, but is literally the only witness testimony giving any specifics about Eugenia's home life. To this day, there's no video evidence, no anecdotes explaining how her parents are abusive. The logic is she's anorexic, therefore her parents must be abusive.
100%. That, like, there's literally no substantial evidence to suggest that Eugenia Cooney's parents are abusive. That's just a narrative that people are running with.
Again, these people were citing tarot cards. Me interviewing Drew added more light to that situation than any of you guys have in the past year. Don't make shit up, go do the research. She then pins a comment talking about a random situation where Eugenia banned a 16-year-old girl from her Twitch chat when she complained that another viewer was acting predatory towards her. Belle then clarifies that the victim has since made a public statement changing their initial stance, saying that Eugenia's mods were eventually helpful to her. Great, it sounds like Eugenia handled it. Then she says, but I have also seen receipts that suggest otherwise. Damn, just like everything else with Belle, she just can't show receipts. And finally, Belle, if you're going to challenge someone to a debate...
I also reached out on Twitter to debate this guy on the whole Eugenia Cooney Thinspo content situation.
Bitch, you better make sure I'm not blocked. That's a
Okay, I would love to see a debate between Belle Aubrey and Willy Mack. I'm down for it. I want to see it. I think it would be great. Also, Augie has said that he would like moderate or something or be a part of a debate pertaining to this whole entire situation. I would also watch that stream as well. So I hope that this fucking happens. So far from what we've seen on Belle's social media, let's see if I can show this to you guys. On Belle's social media, hold up. Belle Aubrey, here we are. So far on Belle Aubrey's social media, the last thing is she posted 10 hours ago, which was the thumbnail of video of Willy Mack's video is such a shameful and desperate manipulation tactic. It was actually gross. Another skewed, twisted narrative that ends in him going full mask off, starting 100% factually. Belle's intentions were malicious. Response coming today. So it looks as if Belle is going to be responding. If Belle responds, I sure as hell will be streaming. So hopefully this will come in the next 24 hours. This post was posted at 5 p.m. my time. So, God, what time is it now? 10 hours ago. So this was posted 10 hours ago. So hopefully we will get some tea from there. The last thing it is that I wanted to show to you guys. Honestly, I have in my list of things to show to you guys Tipster's video where Keemstar goes hard on the T channels, but I kind of feel like he explained everything that he was feeling in Tipster's stream on my stream, so I don't feel like that's necessary to show anymore. But if you are interested in watching Tipster, definitely go and check him out as well. I kind of like him. I hate the fact that I like him, but I do. I like him. He seems like a decent human being if I don't necessarily agree with everything it is that he says. With that being said, you beautiful, amazing, badass bitches, I think that that's it. I don't think there's anything else to add to this situation. We are going to, I've seen how much you guys have responded, enjoyed, and loved the interaction it is that I've had with the people on Discord. So I will definitely be doing my best before the next live stream to make Discord work so that you guys can hear the person, I can hear the person, and we can do that properly online. Tipster wants to call in. Okay, last person. We're going to have Tipster call in one time before we disappear. Because that's the last person. I got it. Tipster wants to call in. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I've got you. Don't you worry. Tipster. Incoming friend request. Here we go. Okay, Tipster. We're bringing you in, sweetheart. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can hear me all right?
Yeah, I was literally saying that I didn't really need to hear what it was that Tipster said, because obviously you showed the Keemstar highlight and I was going to play that for this evening. But there's no point because obviously Keemstar came in. So what is it you've got to say? What's the tea?
Not much. I mean, like, I was streaming when I heard that you were streaming and people were like, yo, like, you should check out her stream. So I checked it out and I was really surprised to see, like, your take, because I know, like, our communities don't always see eye to eye, but you really had it on point with this one. You had it on point with this one.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. Honestly, I'm not like, okay, I'd have to say this, like, verbatim, I'm not like the rest of the fucking channels. I do my own thing over here. I don't give a fuck about the rest of them, because I'm frequently disagreed with the social justice warrior side of YouTube. I just can't. I can't with them because I have my own opinions. But I hope that through watching this and knowing that I can have different takes and stuff, you guys on the Commentary Boy side will realize that although you might not agree with my stance on racial discrimination and stuff like that, that you guys can understand that I'm just a person who has different kinds of opinions and that, you know, we can just all coexist having different kinds of opinions.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely have a lot of respect for that. And, like, I'm open to different opinions and stuff like that for sure. I just, like, was really amazed with your take on this one because it seemed like all the same points that, like, we hit and all the same views that we had on this particular issue, like, you echoed the same thing. So it was, like, really awesome to see someone else in Eugenia's corner in this situation because, like, dude, I don't use the
to be honest, I'm gonna
harassment very often.
Yeah,
but like it's venturing into harassment at this point against her.
Honestly. Yeah, to be honest, I've kind of felt this way for a long while, and if it wasn't for content creators like yourself, like Willy Mac, like Nicholas Diorio, like Xylee Gets Real, I don't think I would have had the courage to say this because I've been feeling like this for a hot minute. This is not something I've not been feeling. I've been feeling it, but I've just not said it because the general consensus online was something different. And I got to that point, the point that I feel like Repzilla is in at the moment, where you cater to your audience more so than to catering to what you genuinely feel and believe. And I've gone past that now. Maybe it's getting old, maybe it's old age, who knows, but I'm like 30 years old now. I'm not about to sit here and cater to my audience just because that's what they want to hear. If you want to hear commentary that echoes everybody else, then there are plenty of fucking channels. I'm not about to do that anymore. I'm just going to say what the fuck I feel. And I'm glad that now that there is this open dialogue with you, with Xylee, with, you know, all of the other channels who are saying that this is fucking bullshit, that we can actually just fucking say it. Because I'm over it now. Because this has been happening for way too long with Eugenia Cooney. And that is exactly why I don't make Eugenia Cooney content.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, it is great that there's, like, this open dialogue. I can't speak for everybody in this community, but, like, I'm always someone that's, like, willing to have a conversation with someone, even if I don't necessarily agree with them. And the other point is that, like, you kind of alluded to this a second ago. You know, sometimes people's opinions on things change with time, right? Like I had somebody earlier today try to clip me from like one of my old videos to be like, look, Tipster's a hypocrite because this is what he said about Eugenia Cooney like 3 years ago. And it's like, people's views and opinions on things change with time.
100%.
And people don't seem to understand that. You know what I mean?
100%. I remember I went through this whole phase on, like, especially on Facebook, not necessarily on any other platform, where I was like a militant black girl. After Sandra Bland passed away, I was like, fuck white people are the devil, this, that, and the third. But my opinions have completely changed on that kind of thing, because obviously we grow up, we learn, we grow, things change, society changes, and all of that kind of stuff. And we just become better people, I think, in general. Whilst I might not agree with the entire, edgelord commentary community, what I do respect is people like you, Tipster, genuinely. I think that you are different to the rest. I don't think you're like the rest of them, if I'm perfectly honest. I think you give a balanced and unbiased opinion. And even whilst I've sat there and thought to myself, fuck this guy, I've still watched your fucking content.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And like I said, this has really opened my eyes in terms of like my perspective on like you and your content and stuff like that. So I got a lot of respect for that.
No problem. Is there anything else it is that you want to add? Anything you want to promote? Anything like that?
No, I just seen some people in my chat saying you were interested in me like potentially calling in, so I thought I'd call in and answer any questions you had or anything.
No, I don't have any questions. I thought it was that you wanted to impart your knowledge on us, but no, that's good. I thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and that kid who rants guy, don't let that kid call in. He trolls.
Apparently, I've heard 75% of my chat said absolutely not, so it's not happening.
Yeah, don't do that.
Okay, all right then. I hope you have a good evening, and I'm sorry about your divorce.
What? please tell me you know that's a joke, right?
I know that's a joke. I'm really sorry about the divorce. It's so horrible. Sucks to be you.
It's funny because like there's so many things that are like jokes are centered around me.
No, I got like, no. I've been following the you and Deaf Noodle situation. I'm 100% aware that is a joke. But gotcha. Yeah, I'm sorry about your divorce.
My wife loves all the jokes and stuff, but that one in particular,
things are bad. To be fair, if it was me on the receiving end, I'd probably be the same, Tipster, to be honest. So you better get your friends in control.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'll speak to you soon. Have a good evening. Bye. See, bye. That's all I need. Americans, you guys don't say bye that often. It's so fucking weird to me. That's like a British thing. With that being said, I hope you guys have enjoyed this stream. I might make clips of the individuals who spoke in this stream so that they're little sound bites so that people can take a look at those sections in particular. A kid that just a kid that rants. It's over for you, son. I don't know what to tell you. The people out here, they know about you. You've made a name for yourself. It's done. And with that being said, if there's anybody on the stream that I want you guys to promote, Cringey. Cringey is out here with the facts, with the information, with the analytical evidence. Definitely go and check out Cringey. The other person it is Xylee Gets Real. Xylee Gets Real is in the chat. I really appreciate her. I really appreciate her content. I watch her every night at 3 a.m. when I know I should be in fucking bed. So definitely go and check her out because I love her content as well. If you want no bullshit commentary, that is the place to be. And me and my subscribers, we have a fucking good time over there. So with that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I will be doing more like this where it's more chillax because I've enjoyed myself. And to be honest, I'm a bit drunk. With that being said, have a good day or evening, whatever the fuck it is you're doing. Until next time, you badass, beautiful bitches. It's been Paige. Bye.
Too much. We've got to start calling everything out for what it is. Start talking the real. Yes, you're going to have people turn their backs, but it's time for us to keep it real. Just keep talking that real, bro. Do what you do. I know what you do, so keep doing that. Talk the real. Talk the things, them.
The GP will see you now.
Look, I don't wanna cause no problems. I just wanna live my life, but I keep on hearing about nonsense. Me and my dons ain't mobsters, but you know when you see imposters. We know how to read them faces, same way you know how to read them comments. If you wanna talk, let's talk, but around here, make sure you walk and your talk is constant. Hey, I seen it all before I heard chat that they all adore. 1 week looking like they all aboard. Next day, they don't even walk the walk. I've been here since a bust down aqua, cutting through Asda, all black master. Now I'm too grown for acting gaffer, trying to pay off my madre's gaff cuz. Took the wife and there's a rotty that's peak. Add the spice to calamari, that's me. My advice off the audit I seen. Christ alone, he don't promise you. Don't say that. You know that man don't pay that. Trying to stunt in your rentals. I too wanna cry at a Maybach. I don't wanna cause no problems. I just wanna live my life, but I keep on hearing about nonsense. Me and my dons ain't mobsters, but you know when you see imposters. We know how to read them faces, same way you know how to read them comments. If you wanna talk, let's talk, but around here, make sure you walk and your talk is constant. What nonsense? I don't wanna hear about guns, I know you ain't here like the post was sponsored. You ain't never been down junction, you ain't never hit no truncheons, you ain't never hit no blocks in your mouth rough, you ain't never peeled no onions. You don't really look so G to me. Fly wife out for the scenery, go Blue Jays for the eatery. Then I come back where I need to be. A black man who ain't move so easily. One grievance is the money or God that you're preaching. You ain't talking that poor Lord Cephas. You don't know peace if you don't know Jesus. I live in a place where we all got mashes, no permit, and we all could back it. Even a hermit under his jacket, still that peace couldn't conjure a challenge. No, my man looking like a savage soul. Still we don't know what he has to know. Ain't we men to be saving souls? Not them houses and faking loans. Go tell mom that I'm writing again. I don't wanna hear you were right in the end. Wrote this here for my guys in the ends. Those still stuck in that social housing know that they won't stifle the pen. You ain't gotta fall for them imposters, then nonsense will come to an end. I don't wanna cause no problems. I just wanna live my life, but I keep on hearing about nonsense. Me and my dons ain't mobsters, but you know when you see imposters. We know how to read them faces, same way you know how to read them comments. If you wanna talk, let's talk, but around here, make sure you walk and your talk is constant.
Yo, brother, it's time for us to start talking the real, man. We've been sugarcoating too much. We've got to start calling everything out for what it is. Start